protocols for the day. I'll start off with let us all warmly welcome Architect Sani Saulawa. He's the second vice president for the NIA, also a fellow of the Institute. Would also like to warmly welcome Architect Lanre Olushola, FNIA. He is the chair of International Affairs. He is also the AIA rep and director at large and the treasurer for AUA. You're welcome, sir. Would also like to warmly welcome Architect Moses Aja, FNIA. You're welcome, sir. He's ex-officio for the NIA. You're welcome, sir. All the way from Abuja. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. Would also like to warmly welcome Architect Professor Evelyn Lami Alu Kangom. I believe I got that right. She is the chairman, Board of Architectural Education for the Nigerian Institute of Architects, and also the deputy dean for environmental sciences at the University of Jos. So she's joining us all the way from Jos. Please, a round of applause for her. Would also like to warmly welcome Architect Danjuma, the Defense Secretary, all the way from Kaduna. You're welcome, sir. Also would like to warmly welcome the immediate past Honorary General Secretary, Architect Moradike Okunriboye, FNIA. You're welcome, ma'am.
We would like to recognize the presence of Architect Niyi Okedele, FNIA. Architect Professor Niyi Okedele, FNIA. You're welcome, sir. And Architect Fakolade, Architect Dr. Fakolade, the head of Department of Architecture, Anchor University. We will also recognize the presence of Architect John Bauer, the General Secretary of Niger State Chapter, and Architect Galadima Nathan, the Chapter Auditor of Niger State Chapter. Thank you very much for being here with us.
So very quickly, we'll take our first project presentation for today. Would like to call on
Ceramco Trading.
Yeah, Ceramco Trading PLC. Please. A round of applause for them as they come up.
Good morning, Chairman, Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos Forum, and the executives. I also want to say good morning to organizing committee. They are doing a wonderful job. The distinguished architects here present, ladies and gentlemen, and the students as well. My name is Michael Omolola. I'm the project sales manager of Ceramco Trading Limited. We are the proud manufacturers of Ferry brand of porcelain tiles. Over time, most architects want to leave a landmark by having a wonderful structure in the archives written in their names, so that with time, people can say, yes, this man was part of those, or was the person that drew or did the drawings for this magnificent building. And that is why my former place of employment was YF Construction. The group MD normally takes architects to Dubai to get architectural drawings and technical details. They come back here to build structures that are impulsive and attract a lot of money, many on Banana 1 and 2. But how would it look like? You have done a masterpiece design, structure well built, but the finishes are below par. Immediately it devalues your person. It does not bring forth who you truly are. The structure outside looks very good, but your finishes are very poor. They are not what complements what you have outside. And that is why Ceramco Trading has come to bridge the gap between the architects and the project owners. Most architects believe that we need to import tiles from abroad. But permit me to say this, there's a wrong notion about it. markets, because universally, there's a particular way of producing tiles, porcelain tiles. You must have your kiln, you must have your factory, you must have things in place. The body and the finishes are the same. But we have this concept and idea that whatever is imported is superior and more authentic, trusted than what is made here in Nigeria. I beg to differ, because our company has a standard factory that produces based on international standard. Is Italian finishes and Spanish finishes to the best. The tiles are well rectified. Water absorption is below 0.5%. Thermal abrasion is there. Most of us, we look at the imported tiles and trust them because we feel they don't fade. No, that's not true. Go to Mega Plaza. Those tiles were imported 10 years ago. They are fading. Not in Nigeria, from Spain. But area of usage affects the fading of the tiles. Some buy tiles polished and use it at malls. So 2 to 3 years time, it will fade because it is high traffic. Porcelain Enamel Institute states clearly that we have ratings of 0 to 5, which affects area of usage of your tiles. And because of area of usage, automatically it impacts on your price. If you're going to have commercial residence, you are using Porcelain Enamel Institute of 0, 1, and 2, which if for a family of 2, 4 kids, father and mother, quite okay. You can use it for 15, 20 years, it still be there. But when you go to commercial areas, you now use a tile of 0, 1, 2 for malls, hospitals, schools. They definitely will fade. And you need to upgrade by using PI rating 3 to 5, which enforces further enhancement of the tiles. You use matte, which gives you high rating of what you are using in those places. And this also impacts on your price. If you are using matte in an office, it's quite different from a mall. The mall you are using your tile for, you need to increase the rating, you need to enhance the tile further, which makes it durable for a period of time. And that's why, like I said, we are here to correct that notion as Aramco Tradings. We take time to produce to suit. We take time to meet the standard. We are unique. We are not like others. We are porcelain tile makers. We are not ceramic tile makers. Ceramic tiles are tiles that absorb water. And that's why you find many people using tilers who don't understand the laying procedure of these tiles. Ceramic, you soak in water before you paste. But porcelain, you don't soak in water. And you ensure that you have proper bed, well laid, before you put your tile on it. And most times we have issues with our tile because most of developers and maybe, sorry to say, architects employ tilers that doesn't understand basic principles of tile laying because you want to avoid costs. I was in a particular project, and I got there, I saw the way they were laying our tiles. I told them, no, this is wrong. And I called the tiler, how much are you paid per square meter to lay this tile? To shock you, 300 naira. Now, how do you expect somebody that you're asking to lay a tile at 300 naira per square meter to lay it well? Obviously, will do a very shoddy job, which will affect the aesthetics and exquisite nature of the tile on the floor, giving the tile a bad impression. No. We take time to affect, we go to projects and we take time to see what is being done as a form of sales support. We tell, no, this should be done this way. The spacing should be accurate. If you need to use spacers, we'll tell you, you need to use spacers. You need to use gum, you need to use gum. So that you can have something at the end of the day, which is well laid. That brings out the beauty of what you have as a tile. We are connected to a lot of projects because we are not open market traders. Most of our tiles, you will not find them in common marketplaces because we are dealing with project inclined people. So that when you are doing your project, your client will not come and tell you, I saw this same tile at a relay market and you valued it at 250 million for a terrace building when you have a cheap tile laid on the floor. So we don't do that. We go as far as going to relationship with architects, when they come, we tell them, this style can be customized to you if you want it. It will not be found in any other projects, but in your projects. It will become a signature of yours on any project that you find. For instance, of late, the Oni of Ife called us. He said he wants to have his own tile customized across his projects. We did it for him, and we are still talking with him. He's one of our clients. CBN is doing renovation in Abeokuta. They are using our tiles. We went through tests and was able to stand the test of time. We have a lot of people who are both, people want their project kept secret out of what we are doing. So we need you to understand that Ceramco is unique. Thank you. Ceramco is unique and quite outstanding when it comes to tile laying. We are porcelain inclined, not ceramic. That's why we will not find our tiles to some people being cheap. No, our tiles are quite unique and outstanding. Abroad, internationally, you find that our porcelain tiles, 60 by 120, Spanish, grade A, not commercial grade. Grade A is sold, I can quote, authentically. Marazi sells 60 by 60 for 30,000 naira per square meter. Porcelanosa sells for 18,000 naira per square meter, 60 by 60. But let me shock you. The same standard of production is what we are using. Same. Cement is produced universally with the same process. Petroleum is produced universally with the same process. Likewise, tiles making, universally, same process. Porcelain goes through same firing from 1,200 degrees to 1,800 degrees, taking out water completely from the tile, making it very strong, very reliable. It does not react easily to chemicals. It doesn't. And that, but other ceramic tiles, you find them reacting to it. Over a space of time, they fade off, they crack, they break. You cannot take 3,000 square meters of ceramic tile from Lagos here to Abuja and you find 1,000 of it already broken. But that's not the case of porcelain. And that's what I want you to understand. We are much open to doing business with professionals. And we are giving lifelines in the sense that subsidy removal will be coming up very soon. You like it or not. But we are saying we can warehouse for you. You can have the price locked down and can warehouse for you. So that it does not impact what you have quoted on your BOQ. So it does not impact your variation. It does not impact the cost of your material. And as I conclude, our stand is here. If it's not Ceramco, it cannot be Ceramco. If it's not Ferry, it can never be Ferry. We are relating with quantities of yours very soon. Builders, we are coming together. And I want to tell you for free, sir, knock on our door at any time. We'll attend to you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ceramco. They have a stand at the exhibition hall. Please do well to visit them. Right now, we have another product presentation by AR Fortune Services, who are one of the partners for this event. Are they ready? AR Fortune Services. AR Fortune Services, please.
Good morning, everybody. Permit me to stand on existing protocol to say thank you so much to the organizers for organizing this beautiful event. And I believe I'm in the room with fantastic professionals. And so I'd like you to crave your indulgence to listen to this very short presentation. And then after that, we can proceed. Can we have the video up? Okay, so my name is Alexandra and I'm from AR Fortune Services Technologies, and we are in the business of marketing, distribution and production of no fire paints. Now, these are fire retardant paints. They are intumescent coatings, basically. And what we do is when you have the paint on a material or a substrate, it doesn't burn when it comes into contact with fire. We have a wide range of products. We have fire retardant paints, anti-corrosive paints, anti-rust paints, marine paints, and anti-abrasive paints. But the one I'll be focusing on the most is No Fire. That's the fire retardant paint. I'll play a short video and then I'll take you through the slides to explain. Can we have the video playing, please?
Tonight only on Fox, an inventor comes up with something that he believes could save countless lives.
Now, it's not a new miracle drug or procedure. It's a product that is now being made available to the everyday consumer for the first time.
Looks like paint, smells like paint, paints like paint. But when it comes under fire, it doesn't act like paint. In fact, it's called No Fire, a water-based coating developed not to burn. No Fire inventor Dr. Samuel Gottfried came to the Valley to oversee a No Fire demonstration. They literally torched different building materials. Aluminum flashing without the No Fire melted quickly. Then the torch was applied to aluminum that had been painted with No Fire. More than 2 minutes later,
and you can see that the aluminum is still undamaged in this area here. Once you scrape the char away, here you can see it melted within a few seconds.
wood and drywall painted with the No Fire product also stood up to flames and heat much better than the regular paint product.
And this is drywall coated with No Fire. If I scrape this away, you can actually still see the paper there. The paper is still intact. There's no burning.
It took Gottfried more than 10 years to develop this special fire retardant paint. When exposed to fire, No Fire immediately foams and swells, creating a heat shield to protect what's underneath.
The test you are about to see is the demonstration of the effectiveness of No Fire to eliminate the contribution of walls and ceilings to a fire, substantially reducing or eliminating flashover and the resulting fire destruction. 2 identical 8-foot by 8-foot sheds are constructed, similar to a typical wood frame house. The roof is equipped with Class A fire-rated composition shingles. The interior furnishings include a wood frame chair with 2 foam pillows in one corner of the room and a small wood table in the center of the room. In all respects, the sheds are identical, except the interior walls and ceiling of the first shed are painted with a high-quality interior latex paint. The interior of the second shed is painted with No Fire A18. The test is initiated with the fire training supervisor igniting the chair. In this split screen, you will see both sheds simultaneously with identical elapsed times. The room on the left is treated with No Fire A18. Many major fires begin as a small localized fire, often in the corner of a room. In a short time, usually less than 1 minute, a small fire will ignite the paint or wallpaper of an adjacent wall, as you can see in the right shed. At less than 1.5 minutes, the burning walls have contributed significant additional heat and a fireball is created. The entire room is engulfed in flames. This is flashover. Flashover occurs in nearly all structural fires, particularly when the walls or ceiling of a room are ignited. It is associated with a very large amount of heat at temperatures exceeding 1500 degrees Fahrenheit and the creation of large volumes of carbon monoxide gas and smoke, many times the lethal level. This large amount of heat is more than enough to cause flashover in adjacent rooms or corridors, initiating a chain reaction in a house or building. While flashover has occurred in the untreated shed, the chair
So this is a demonstration we did at the Ghana airport with their management to see the difference between ordinary paint and No Fire. This is what happens when you paint your building with ordinary paint. Now, what we're saying is No Fire does everything ordinary paint does. except burn. So we poured petrol on both structures and we set it ablaze. And at the end of the presentation, the no fire building stood still, maintaining the structural integrity of the structure. And the one with the ordinary paint burns to ashes. This is what happens when we see buildings burning. It normally starts from the first floor and goes up and up and up. And next minute, the whole building is down. Okay, so I'll take you through the slides in 2 minutes and we're done. We have the slides. Okay, so the name of the company is called No Fire Technologies. We're into passive fire protection. Now, what we're normally used to is active fire protection. That's the extinguishers, the sprinklers, and all of that we know. But what we're doing here is passive. So whether you're there or not, No Fire activates. Okay, so over the years, Nigeria has lost over 5 trillion naira between the year of 2013 and 2018, which is very alarming. Okay, next slide, please. This is a US-based publicly traded company that has been in continuous operation since 1987. This is a 35-year-old product, trusted and tested. We're not doing try and error here. Okay, so AR Fortune is the company marketing and distributing the product in Nigeria. Okay, and our vision is to provide the ultimate fire retardant protection solutions and systems in the world. Okay, so this is the product. It's been designed to surpass the highest and most severe requirements of zero smoke, fire performance, toxicity. It's environmentally friendly. It's durable aging and the resistance to deterioration using the highest paint vehicle. Okay, this is for the marine space. We have the anti-corrosives there as well. Yeah. Okay, so this is how it works. So when you have ordinary paint here, and there's a fire outbreak, this is what happens. The substrate bends and it loses its structural integrity, which is what we're protecting. But with no fire, in case of a fire outbreak, the paint foams and swells, creating a heat shield to protect what's underneath. So the fire doesn't get to the substrate. Okay, so the features of the paint is non-combustible. It has near zero volatile organic compounds. Now, a lot of times, what makes buildings burn is the fact that the paint has a lot of VOCs in there. And that is why you'd see the building burning from the down floor and it goes up. The paint actually helps the fire. But with no fire, it has near zero volatile organic compounds. It's near zero smoke and toxicity. It's environmentally friendly. I can pour petrol on no fire right now and burn it and there'll be no smoke. And most of the time we know what kills the people is the smoke, the toxins, right? Okay, near zero heat release. If I apply a blowtorch to this surface and it's painted with no fire and I take out the blowtorch, I can literally touch it. It's near zero flame spread, is in compliance with US nuclear testing. And these are international certifications, International Maritime Organization, Underwriters Laboratory, Department of US Navy Defense, Lloyd's Register, and on and on, it's a lot of it. Okay, so these are the industries we serve, the oil and gas industry, and of course the construction industry, real estate, houses. So we quote fire-prone areas like the battery rooms, the conduit boxes, fire-prone areas, escape routes, telecommunications, power, marine, hospitality, aviation industry. So homes and exteriors, UPS battery rooms, server rooms for the banks, wooden electric poles, chemical stores, steel structures, chemical flammable tanks, generator rooms. So recently, about 3 years ago in 2020, we did a presentation for NEPA, but this was in a different West African country. And they saw the presentation, they liked it. They said, okay, we're gonna get it, we're gonna get it. Next minute, 6 months later, they had a huge rural area fire that burns down 1,176 of their poles. And instead of paying $1 million for the contract, they ended up spending like $2.5 million. If they had bought the paints, they would have saved that. And so wouldn't you say that it's cheaper to be safe than sorry? Okay, so this for the oil and gas industry, I'll just skip it. Yeah, server rooms, digital rooms, cables, masts, yeah, all of that. So what we're saying is we're safeguarding lives, which is the topmost priority. Somebody asked me, but we've got insurance. And I said to the person, but insurance doesn't bring the lives you've lost back. So what are we saying? Insurance can cover some of the things you can get back, which are viable, but it doesn't replace your family and the lost lives, your kids and your wife. Safety on assets and investments, peace of mind in case there's a fire outbreak. You can literally go to sleep. You can paint it on nearly anything. Now we spend a lot of money to build a hard-end investment, and then we introduce ordinary paint, which is flammable. So are you protecting or are you actually inviting a hazard? Okay, so these are some of our international clients: Airbus, Boeing, Kohler, ECG, that's the NEPA company that I was telling you about. This is in Ghana. Bombardier, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ghana Airport, Saudi Aramco, that's in the oil industry. And then we recently did the Lekki Deep Sea Port project. And then Amtran, Con Edison, yeah, there's a lot of it. Okay, so these are some of the projects we're currently undertaking. Okay, now this is the saddest of them all. I presented to this bank about 8 months ago. And then yesterday I heard their storage facility got burned and I was in the same building with them. This is the Lekki Deep Sea Port project we completed recently. Yeah, so the paints are environmentally friendly. It's a green product, contains no halogens, and does not contain asbestos as well. Okay, so my name is Alexandra. If you have any further questions, you can contact me, see me personally, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. They have a stand, so please make sure you stop by AR Fortune Services. So I'm sure we all know that the Lagos Architects Forum is being co-hosted by the American Institute of Architects International Region, who is, as I said earlier, ably represented by architect Lanre Olushola, FNIA. So on Monday, we had a goodwill message from architect Scott Gold, who is the president of AIA International. So we'll have a short video in the presentation that he actually, we played, and he connected with us on Wednesday. He promised us a little bit of a social presentation. So we're just going to run that video now.
So, hello, everybody in Lagos. Well, all right. So, hello, everybody in Lagos. Greetings from Tokyo. Konnichiwa. And Noe. Greetings. This is Scott Gold, president of AIA International, and my friend The Hand. And we're here today to welcome all of you and to say thanks for inviting us into your conference today. We're very excited to see what you have to offer. Coming off of last year's What is Lagos theme to this year's Lagos, the organism. And we thought, what better way to kick off this conference than with some raw and direct music. The American Institute of Architects is America, and we are thrilled to be a partner with the Nigerian Institute of Architects and the Lagos Institute of Architects and all the Nigerian people. And what we're doing here today is exploring the idea of organism and how it works in a small microcosm of this virtual submarine in a downtown Tokyo apartment. Confines are small, but the ideas are big. And we're getting into the groove. It's all about education. It's all about pushing ourselves to the next level. And we hope that the spirit that we offer today will be accepted by all of you, and that it will inspire you to think big, big ideas for your country and your city. You are architects, you will shape your land. You will shape your society, you will contribute. And this is how it starts. Sometimes with just one basic song, which we call the Lagos Organism Blues. Thank you, everybody, for listening. And we will see you again next year. Scott Gold signing off with all my friends. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much to architect Scott Gold, the AIA International President. All right, we'll just have a goodwill message before we move on to the next item on our program for today. Before I take this goodwill message, I'd like to tell you guys a very, very short story. I know that a lot of people don't really know where I'm from. When I say my name, Muniba Odunlami, nobody really knows, but I'm actually from Warri in Delta. Yes. So my full name is Muniba Orisha. So unless I tell you that, you really wouldn't know that I'm actually a Warri girl. So one of the things we're actually trying to do is bring the Olu of Warri here to our event. Unfortunately, he had to leave the country at the time. However, he's our royal father for the event, His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atuashi III. So in lieu of that, he's actually sent us a goodwill message, which I will share with everybody now. Congratulations, architects of Lagos. We congratulate the leadership and members of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos State Chapter, on this grand occasion of the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, LAF 14.0. The indispensable role of architects cannot be overemphasized, as architects design and oversee the construction of buildings and structures to ensure conformity with set standards for safety. It is heartwarming to note that the Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects has been living up to the enormous task of empowering its members by linking them with other key players in the industry, including engagements with service providers, manufacturers, corporate bodies, and prospective end users towards efficient service delivery to Nigerians. This year's theme, Lagos, an Evolving Organism, brings us to a roundtable discussion of the evolution of our lands and culture. Let us endeavor to incorporate our history into our existence. This forum is one of a kind as it brings all stakeholders to foster a closer relationship as we build our nation. The new world of projects and accomplishments thrive in teams and networks. Solo approaches are not optimal highways for achievement. The architect and other construction industry professionals must work together to improve our public spaces and the quality of our built environment. We look forward to resolutions that would help our society and translate to lifting our people to new heights. We wish you fruitful deliberations as you pursue and remain steadfast to the ethics and core values of the profession towards nation building. May God bless you. His Majesty Ogiame Atuashi III, CFR, the Olu of Warri.
English ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a good time today. I'd like to welcome the chairman of the day, Architect Professor Evelyn Lami Alu Kangum, FNIA, who is the chairman board of architectural education, NIBAE. To this. Thank you, madam. We are going into our panel discussions, and she will be moderating for us today. We have two panel discussions. The first is architecture and digitalization, and the second is architecture and sustainability. And we have some fantastic architects with us today who will be anchoring this event, these sessions. Permit me to invite to the stage architect Dr. Fakolade, architect Bola Arileshere. So the first session will be architecture and digitalization. Important at this point that we call upon Architect Femi Olaiya, who will be anchoring this session. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, so this panel discussion is going to be very interactive. Would like to invite a few other people to be panelists in this session. Would like to invite architect Moradike Okorinboye, FNIA. Please join us on the panel team. A round of applause for her, please, as she comes up. Would also like to invite up architect Lanre Olushola, FNIA, as a panelist for the conversation. Architect Lanre, please, a round of applause for him as he comes up. All right, before we kick off the conversation, I'd like to invite the chairman and host of our event, Lagos Architects Forum, Architect David Majekodunmi, to say a few words to kick off the session. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you, Moniba. Now, it's been a wonderful time in the last 2 days, and we're here to learn more. But I'd like to give a special recognition to someone who not only been supportive to the chapter, but to the Institute in general. And that is the chairman of the Education Board, who is also the chairman of this session. My sister, my girlfriend. I can't say my girlfriend in front of her husband, no, please. So don't quote me and go and tell her husband. Now, in the last few months, this lady, I don't know how to describe her, but it's very rare because I have professors here and they know what it takes to have the inaugural lecture But as God wanted, she had an inaugural lecture within few, no, she's been on it for 2 years. But if I'm to speak to Professor Okedele here, Professor Okedele maybe took him almost about 10 or 15 years before he could have his inaugural lecture. And I want to use this opportunity because not only being supportive to us, but I'm using this formally to launch our inaugural lecture book. And I'll want everyone to get a copy at our secretariat ground. Professor Evelyn Alo-Kagon, congratulations once more. And on behalf of Lagos State Chapter, we say congratulations to you on your inaugural lecture. Thank you very much. So over to you for the session this morning.
Thank you very much. And good morning all. So we're going to start with discussion, and the discussion will be led by architect Dr. Fakolade, who will be taking us on a journey on architecture and sustainability. And then thereafter, so we're going, sorry, there's a slight modification, but in your booklet, you'll see that the first item we're going to be talking about is architecture and digitalization. And that will be led, we're going to have a small talk by architect Femi Olaya, who will lead us into the topic before we'll have some discussion as a follow-up to what the presentation is all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I can, yeah.
There? All right, I can sit down.
You can
Good.
sit down, right?
So it's good to be back here again. And between 2019 and now, I've been doing a lot of reflection on how we work. And for about 7 years of my career, I've focused solely on digital construction. And with the emergence of new technologies and different approaches to how we work, I think as professionals, we need to start thinking of new ways of doing things. So, oh, thank you. So we need to start thinking of new ways of doing things. So the construction industry is rapidly evolving, and how we work, how we interact with one another, how we use our tools to optimize our processes, they are all changing. And building information management as an entity is one that concerns us, and we apply on a regular basis on all the projects we do. but how well or how deep do we use all these processes? And so I thought it would be nice to have an interactive session to see what people feel about digitization, what BIM means to them, and how we can apply that to our ways of working and reshape the digital future of the built environment in Lagos. Because whatever goes right in Lagos, it snowballs into something bigger and better. And it has a ripple effect on other states and Africa as a whole. So digital construction is slowly being adopted in Africa, but we've got Nigeria, Egypt, Morocco, and South Africa pushing it as well as they can. But the major problem is there's this disconnect between the professionals, the value the client gets, and the sort of information that's been produced and delivered. So as professionals, I feel there's a need for us to start to think of how we can have a framework that brings all these processes together, and we can use it to deliver a digital process that works for Lagos, because BIM in itself is rigid and it's in black and white. It's either you do it this way or you don't. But I feel we can contextualize BIM to our needs in Africa and in Lagos in particular. So what I want to start with is to ask what BIM means to us and how we apply it. So, and we need to have in mind the entire life cycle of our projects. That's from designing to constructing it and when the building is in operation. So what does it mean to us? And how do we think we can optimize these processes to benefit us? So I don't know if anyone, yeah, you go first.
Yes. Now, Femi Olaiya has kind of thrown something on the ground for us to discuss. And that was why, when you look at the program today, you find out that we're going to talk about AIP, Architect Intervention Program. And it's all to do with digitalization. Why? We're in a world of digitalization. I was telling someone this morning that I have a name that I will never forget in my life. And it happens to be my thesis tutor, supervisor, that's as far back as 1988. This man's name is Roger Thompson. And what was my thesis about? My thesis was on Information Technology Center. And he said, 2 months to the submission of my thesis, we were at the pub having a pint of, or having just a pint of beer. And he said, David, I'll advise you to change the topic or to change your thesis. The Nigerian mentality was in me thinking, oh, because I'm not regarded as Oyibo. I'm regarded as a colored, you know, these people has come, this is victimization. You know, that thing, that rubbish kind of thinking. And he said, no, David, we're sitting with having beer together, which some of the students, even you can't do that with your lecturer in Nigeria, we're too rigid. And I said, his name is Roger Thompson. I said, Roger, what do you mean? He said, we're going to come to an age when the size of a computer will be the size of your palm. And one, your building, the Information Technology Center, will be useless, no sustainability. In 1988, the highest memory you have in the desktop is about 450 megabytes. Today, I look at my phone, at least it has about 500 and something gigabytes, you can imagine. And that buttress what Roger, and that's why I say I can never forget Roger Thompson. Now, this is for every one of us to discuss digitalization. And later in the day, you understand what this AIP is all about. Because at your palm, you can get everything. At your palm, you talk about assessment, you talk about monitoring, and that's where we're getting to. And please, I will indulge you to still stay behind so that when we're presenting the AIP, we'll throw more light on it. So over to you, the discussants. And Chairman, you're free to call on anybody to. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And from his comments, he wants us to talk about two areas. What does being mean to us, and how are we going to utilize it in our own design or in our own thinking, in our own creativity, in our own innovations? So I would invite whoever wants to say something to kind of specify the area you're contributing so that we can have a nice discussion. Thank you. All right.
Thank you very much. I wish to sit on the existing protocol because we are not standing. Looking at the area of digitalization, let's look at how what we were, where we were coming from, where we are now, and what we intend to, or where we want to be. I recall that I was the secretary of this institute in 1996 to 1998, and we'll be writing letters to architects for meetings, because we saw that, you know, taking these letters, when you send this letter, it takes about 2 weeks before it gets to them, and we were looking at the problems. So I now devised a method. We take all the letters, then we are more interested in your postal boxes. We take all the letters from Yaba post office, Surulere post office, and I will take them to the post office myself, so that that day it will get to the people. And then when you get to site, you will, you want to give site instruction, you want to give everything, we have to be very laborious. You want to give, you take minutes of meeting, you take the minutes of meeting when you are, on the project, and then you have to post, send to them before all of that. At this time, the biggest architectural office with computer then was probably Modular Group, architect Layi Balogun. And they have a very big room for all the computers, very, very heavy, with air condition, because they say these ones, if they don't put air condition, they will, and most of the time after that, we now have even everything, just like my chair said, that you'll be having them on your phone. Now, look at where we are, you can send with just a clip or button. At this time we are talking, there was no email, there was no internet, there was no WhatsApp. I wonder how we just survived all those periods. But now with all of these happening these days, with a clip or button, you can reach so many people. Of course, when you give site instruction, when you go to site and, you give instruction, you give, we want to do some variation or something. With a clip or button, it goes to the email and all that, you get all of them. So it makes things better, which we have to explore now to be able to get things done more properly than at those periods. I still don't even know, I still cannot even be said where we are going. You hear what Chairman said, that was some years back. As such, the next 10 years, you find out that things will change so much. So how do we explore all of this? Of course, it comes with some of its problems. You know, if you meet a client now and then at that time, you know, in the olden days, if the client wants to mess up, you hold back your drawing. But now some of the drawings are already with him because he will have asked you, send the soft copy to me. I want to look at the sketch. I want to look at something. And before you know it, it goes to the side and it's already constructed. With this kind of problems that we have in our nation, in Lagos, for example, most probably it will not recur to you again. And the next thing you see the building that is standing. So it also infringes on copyright and all those things. You know, I told some students, I say, how do you, you know, get yourself even to the heart of your will-be clients without infringing on the code of ethics that forbids advertisement. But now, you know, your email, your WhatsApp, so many things, you are now sending them and all of that. So these are some of the issues that we still have to contend with. But whether we like it or not, the world of digitalization has come and we all have to move with it and we have to expand and we have to explore and do more, because by so doing, of course, that is what we need to get into our system that will make it better for us as individuals and as a profession. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have to move with it. Life is easier, but then what can we do? We can't just allow it to go by without us being participants to the advantages of using BIM.
I'm just going to add something to what he said. About 10 years ago, I read an article that says the architecture profession will go extinct in 50 years. So we've got 40 more years to go. And in the article, it says the digital process is going to take over almost everything we do. And you would not believe it that just 2 weeks ago, I saw an AI app that can generate your drawings for you, Revit drawings, just by you typing the text, just putting in your prompts. It generates it up to construction with all the shadows, everything you need, and it eliminates everyone that would help you do that process. So how do you start to deal with that as the individual? And for me, my answer, I don't know if this is correct, but I feel we need to be rooted in our contracts and procurement and how we do things, because that way, that is where you determine the direction you want your project to go. And that is where you would do your stakeholder engagements. That is where you would embed all the information requirements for your documents. And I don't think AI can do that yet, because you're going to have to adapt that to the contract type, the people you're dealing with. And when you're dealing with people, we're very erratic. AI can't read everybody's minds, and you have to go out and speak to your stakeholders to determine the direction it's going to go. So we've got 40 more years, and this is just 10 years into it. And we already have a text to drawings app that can just do our work for us. It's so sad. When I saw it, I was scared. And guess what? It's just £4,000 to generate all that information. So a typical guy who has access to that app can just pay that for that service and generate everything he wants, submit it for planning application, and just recruit a project manager to continue doing the work. So it's so scary. So I feel when I mentioned about BIM for Lagos, I really mean it. And what I mean is the objective of this is to have a working group that will emerge out of this conversation, and we start to shape things and start to structure and use international standards to determine how things should go. And that can influence the government. The biggest supporter of BIM all over the world is the government, but they won't do it until we, the professionals, tell them how it should be done. And that will be through working groups, steering groups, and with a platform like this, we can start to shape it. So that's just what I have to add to that. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just like to
yeah,
add to what
okay,
he's
just
saying.
to say that we should just limit ourselves to 5 minutes maximum, please. Thank you.
So one of the, okay, I'm coming from the point that somehow in every problem, there seems to always be a silver lining. And, yesterday, if you would remember the conversations with Mr. Femi Adewale, and it was, reading of all these problems that are there in Lagos evolving as an organism, there were 4 things he suggested. And one of them was that we should set up a sort of housing design group or something like that, so that we set up standards, and then do some advisory and some advocacy and all that. And one of the good things with BEAM that I know of is collaboration. I think this is a tool that we can therefore use based on what he has just said, we can use to our advantage at this point in time, collaborating with other professionals in the built industry so that we can control the environment, so to say. I have seen that app, I think I saw it about a month ago, and I was wowed. It's one of my, now I have an architect who works with me, and I was trying to describe something to him, and in like 10 minutes, he sent it back to me, all 3Ds. And I said, how did you get this thing done? He said, oh, okay, I have this, this AI app, that does all that. For crying out loud, in a few months, I'll be out of work, But then I realized that I actually tried to use the app, and I also saw some of the limitations of the app, because it will only do as much as you are able to tell it to do. So, like he said, if we would, band together, not just us as architects, with other professionals that we work with, and we use this collaborative tool, to control the system, then maybe we can extend those 50 years. Now, the other thing I know BEAM does is to kind of put the client in the center of the whole game. Now, a lot of them don't even understand what we do, but somehow, with all the visualization and all that, you can actually put your clients in the center of this, and he begins to appreciate, the expertise that you have, especially when you are going to, tiny details about what he's desiring. I'm excited about what Rogue Studios also they're doing downstairs, those sorts of things that are still rolling in their minds, and then you're able to bring it out, and you actually put them in the middle of it using all the virtual reality and all of that, all of those tools. We just need to get into the game, if I must say so. It's scary for some of us when you are 60 and above, that what's all this? It seems to be so far out there, but at least, even if fortunately we're retiring, at 60, so we don't need to worry too much. But then the younger guys coming in, architecture should not be about just being able to do 3Ds and color them, but actually get into the nitty-gritty of digitalization and understand how it can help you to further or to advance your skills and your expertise. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So in addition to what has been said so far on them, I like to say that I think things will go a little further than what Architect Femi Olaiya said. That app he described, he said at the end of the day, someone can generate all the drawings and all the details and get a project manager to go and do this. I think he may not even need that. He'll probably just have a plugin into some 3D printer and that house will be printed. So, oh yeah, the house will just be printed and it will be built in record time, probably less than a week, depending on the scale of the building. So what it tells us is there's a chance, as she said, that we can extend those 40 years. There is also a very good chance that that 40 years will crash. And what am I saying is that the part that I think concerns us the most as people is to work on our nature. Many of us architects did not train, for instance, with the beam. Like the chairman was saying, in those days when he did his thesis, there was no such thing as beam. And today, it has become such a reality that whether or not we like it, it is happening and it will take over this business sooner than later at that level. So what we need to do is to generally change, leave our comfort zone, embrace this thing completely, you know, go as deep as possible into it. I see BIM, for instance, as a comforter because it makes life easy for me. It makes me not need to have to check, and it makes me not even have to memorize some things, because I know once I'm back on my computer, I can with the click of a button, I can generate pretty much everything I need on any project, no matter how big or how small. So the bottom line is for us as professionals to go as deep into this thing as possible. And then what would happen is that it's like a wave, you know, we will move with it. If we're in it, we will move with it. So wherever it's taking us to, we will be able to still find our grounds and be relevant, rather than just imagine the 40 years crashes, for instance. And then say in 10 years, rather than being out of our jobs, as creatives that we are, we will still even be the ones dictating what the BIM should do and what the AIs will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, afternoon. On my part, I will not add to what my colleagues have said on this side of the divide, but I would say what is actually bogging my mind concerning architecture and digitalization. In this hall, we have perhaps 50% or more that are students who are seated here as part of this conversation. I am not sure they understand what we're talking about. I am not sure they grasp the essence of this conversation. It's easy to talk about BIM. Perhaps some people here do not even know the content of that acronym. Maybe they think it's BEAM. We keep talking about BIM. Perhaps, just perhaps. Now, it's easy to understand that there is a building in BIM, there is the management in BIM, there is information in BIM. And for me, I think it's easy to understand building and management. But what I think it's like the masquerade in BIM is the information. That's the angle I want to come from when we talk about digitalization. Digitalization, it's not to bring down any profession. Digitalization is to make things better
for all of us. And in architecture, I keep saying this, and I will say it at this forum. Building design is about 1/10 of what an architect does. So when we summarize architecture into designing and perhaps even construction, as it were, of a building, we're limiting ourselves to the entire gamut of what we are trained to do and we are capable of doing. In my wildest dream, I cannot see where digitalization can take the place of humanity. It's not going to happen, except the world comes to an end. Once I was young, and I'm still, quite a bit young now, I've been hearing that Jesus Christ is going to come 2,000 years after he died. My forefathers heard the same thing, but he hasn't come yet. So I'm trying to bust the bubble of that, your 50 years. All right, in my thinking, what do I mean? I'm not saying it wasn't written by someone, but we need to think beyond that box and see how we can make use of what we have now and use it as a stepping stone to go further, because it's not going to take the place of us in our profession. Is going to enhance what we do in our profession. In my time, we used T-square, set square. I saw the first computer when I was a youth corper. And that was the only computer in the firm I worked in. And it was in the office of the secretary. All right, and it was table size. But today, the rest is history. Some of us have computers on our wristwatches, not even phones now. Our wristwatches are computer. And the next I heard is that they're going to put something in your iris, then you will be seeing design. That's what I've heard. We've seen like what you described, ChatGPT and what they can all do. But can we speak to the more than 50% of the audience in here and let them understand what exactly are we talking about? What information are we trying to manage? Digitalization is very easy, but what information are we managing in this BIM thing that will make it look so scary? For me, it shouldn't be. It should be an enhancer to what we are doing. Please correct me, sir. I think till today, you are in the academia, students are still allowed to draw. If I'm wrong, please correct me. I left quite a few days ago. So if students are still allowed to draw with their hands, I don't see anything that should scare us from, going the way we traditionally have been trained. However, of course, when you learn to draw, you must learn the new way too. That's what I bring to our academicians. Do not limit our students to just drawing because you are perhaps putting them in the old Stone Age, but let them understand the basics, the fundamentals, and then, of course, give them that understanding of where their tomorrow is going to be. So that my contribution is, can Mr. Femi Olaiya say a word to our students who form more than 50% of this audience? If you ask Architect Adewakun here, he will tell you, what are you talking about? Because it's not his time. BIM, yes, he knows it. Yes, but it's not his time. And he couldn't be bothered about it because his children are already doing it. All right? And he's going to hand over to them. Show him where the money is, then he'll follow you. Is BIM going to bring my Egbon to
see the money, fine, he's ready to talk. You get the practicality of what I'm talking about. For those students, let them know what exactly are we talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Well, when I decided to talk about this, I was avoiding doing a presentation because most times people walk into presentation and say, oh, BIM is this, BIM is that. And I thought, I don't want to go along that route anymore. Everybody has an idea of what it is, but the application is always different. So BIM in itself, BIM, so for the students, the future is yours and it's going to be digital. So I'll start by saying, do you know what the World Economic Forum is? So what I'm about to say is positioning. So this is beyond architecture now. You need to position yourself to see what the trend is going to be for another 30 years. So there's a book talking about Web 4.0. We are moving away from what we know as the internet now, and we're moving into Web 4.0, where everything will be automated, all industries. So as an architect, you can position yourself and say, if this is the direction the world is going in the next 10 years, I need to restructure my practice to be able to service what is to come. So BIM is just a very small part of it. And BIM is all about data and how you translate data into usable information to drive value for yourself and the end user. So the B in front of it is a misconception. So when you have B in front of it, it's not just about building, it's about information. So it's about when you're doing your drawings, you have a set of information requirements that you would use to add data to your model that the facilities manager and asset managers will be using to maintain the asset throughout its life cycle. So it's beyond just drawing. It's about collaboration that was mentioned earlier. It's about cutting costs, saving time, having good quality buildings, and making sure that your building stands the test of time. And we know that in the Nigeria of today, we have a very poor maintenance culture. We do really good buildings. We are very skilled. We know the tools, we know how to explore them, we know how to play around with them, but we don't actually maximize what those tools can do for us. So now, from my own experience, what I do is I work on the client side and I help the clients refine their information requirements so that when they want to go to construction, they get everything right before going to procure their professional services, which is where most people get it wrong. So BIM in itself, for you as a student, you need to start looking into it. You need to make it a part of your process. You need to make information management a part of your process. You need to understand agile principles, how you can take the technicality of design and make it business worthy and drive value, because the world we are moving into now, they are pushing skill aside and they are looking for people that can actually add value. So now it's getting to a point where a university degree doesn't matter anymore. It's about the experience you have and the value you can add. So for me, I would say, when you walk out today, if you can pick up the book, I think the World Economic Forum book, I think is on Web 4.0. Pick it up, read it. It's a very small book. It tells you where things are going. And in school as well, try as much as possible when you do your design, look at your design from a whole life cycle approach. It helps you condition your mind to solving problems from the end and not from the beginning. So when you get out of school, you are well equipped to be able to speak the language, to be able to add value, and to be able to hit the ground running from day one that you start. So a lot of us, when we graduated, we walked into a completely new world. We're thinking, oh no, I didn't know it's completely different from what we learned in school, except your boss was your friend. He would be able to teach you everything. You'll be having sleepless nights watching YouTube, learning how to chamfer and cut AutoCAD drawings so that you'll be able to apply it the next day in the office. I don't know, that's my own experience. I don't know if anybody has faced that before. So you're learning new things all the time. So just think of information management as it is and remove the BIM front, because BIM is an enabler of good information management, and just see it as better information management. So I hope that answers it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to find out if any of the students need some kind of clarification. Students. Doesn't look like a student. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Any students who wants to ask a question or needs a little bit more clarification on the subject? Yes, please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma. I'm a student from Unilag, year 2. And from what he said about BIM, he said it's a collaboration of information from everybody that is involved in the building process, if I got you correctly, sir. So my question now is, what are the people that come in after the building is made? Like people like estate managers, people like quantity surveyors, people like interior designers. Where do they come into BIM? Because they also bring in information that makes the building what it is, if you understand what I mean. Because that's what we've been taught in Unilag.
Yeah, you're very correct about that. So when you decide to make, to do a BIM project, let's call it a BIM project, you have to do a viability assessment first to see just the way you're going to do your massing study when you want to design on a site, to have a feel of what's going to fit in. How many floors do I want to put in here? What would the form look like? So you do a viability assessment and you do some sort of return on investment checks to see if that project is BIM worthy first. So when you do that, what actually shapes your BIM is from procurement. You define a set of information requirements. That is actually the key to what sort of data you'll be asking for from all those consultants that will be working on the project. So, and there are 4 sets of information requirements that you will define. One is from the organization. That's organizational information requirements that sets the vision of the organization and why they want to do BIM. And the other one is the asset information requirements. It defines what requirements the facilities managers, the estate managers, the asset managers would need when the building is all complete. So what that does is it breaks down the building from a whole mass into systems and components. So say from the site to the main building, to the floors, to the rooms, and to all the maintainable and non-maintainable assets in each room. So you know how many sockets you have. So you've taken care of them from the very beginning. Then you now have the project information requirements. That's the information the professional services will use to build that model. So all the data you want, what does the client want? What sort of format do they want to see their drawings in? Like as you said, there are some clients that don't even know how to navigate a model. So if they don't know, I'll generate a spreadsheet in Revit that they understand. That's still information management. It doesn't always have to do with models. So when you generate all that information, you now have the last one, which brings all the first 3 I mentioned together. That's the exchange information requirements. That is what will now determine the day-to-day process of that project from start to finish. You see that you have taken care of everything from the very beginning. then that is what you now use to go out to procure your professional services. So when you are procuring, you'll be able to, they will see a clause that say, if you don't know BIM, don't bother coming. We want people who know it. Then they'll be able to apply for you and you can drive value that way. So the architect is a part of the project team when it comes to BIM, and everybody collaborates in a cloud environment called a common data environment, you know, where you share information. I don't know if anybody knows BIM 360 here. You share all your information there. It's transparent. You have an audit trail of information. Nobody can mess anything up. If anybody makes a mistake, you can track it back. So you're not sending anything through emails and you say, I can't find this drawing, I can't find that. So it helps you keep a clean record of what you're doing. And in the long run, you get to save a lot of money and time. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, sir, I'd like to add a few things. I want to try and simplify it. I want to try and summarize it. So what he has said in as regards your question is that, one, yes, all of those people you've mentioned, the QS, the estate managers, even your clients, even those you have not mentioned, yes, they will plug into BIM. BIM gives that room for everybody to come in. That's number one. And for you as a student, the best thing you can do from now is get yourself involved and get to become an expert in BIM. Okay? Yeah, I hope that helps.
Thanks for that.
You know, I was making fun of them that please just speak English that the rest of us can understand. You know, and to be honest, this is not just addressing students, even professionals that are in the business. Now, I'm glad that Actor Lanre, you know, brought it back home that, guess what? Architecture is beyond just doing drawings. And it is important for us to understand that the very heart of architecture is to provide a solution, you know, to whatever problems. I remember that when I was in school, there was one of the lecturers that used to tell us that, you know, sometimes your solution to a client's problem does not necessarily have to be a drawing or a building. It could be that you want to manage their time. And you are telling them, you know, instead of doing this business in this space at this time, why don't you stagger your times and stuff like that? And in the business of architecture, you need to learn that sometimes, and that's why I was saying that you bring your clients into the middle of all of this, you know, very digitized things these guys are talking about. You know, come to let them understand that the skill you are bringing in is beyond them just having a building, but you are helping them to even manage their resources. And that's what they're paying for. You know, their timing, their contacts, their desires, their dreams, that is what you're managing. And, you know, my very limited understanding of even BIM, you know, that building in it is, you know, the bringing together of all of these very scientific things that Architect Olaiye has said, you know, the bringing together of all of the information that you require. And guess what? It also helps for you to, like one of my colleagues will say in Abuja, to cash your check. You know, because, you know, it's so easy because of the way even some of our very archaic ethics, which we haven't even dealt with, are saying that, oh, you must have the capacity to do that job before you go into it. But really, it doesn't work like that anymore, you know, because you would, like you said, do all your drawings and guy takes it away and goes away with it. But if we put ourselves together we have to change our culture. You know, and that's what I think that some of all of this digitalization can help us with. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments. unfortunately, we have to round up this session, but what did we learn? That yes, there are apps that can help us, but we will not allow them to mar us. These are tools that are supposed to make life easier for us. And what do we need? We need the correct information. We need to have the correct input. They said in computers, when you put in garbage, you get out garbage. And so if we know what is required, which none other will know than the architect, then we're still on. And we have to maximize the opportunity that BIM offers. Makes life easy, but then we have to be on our oars. We have to know what we need to feed in. Because if anybody can type a text, I don't think he would type all the correct words into BIM, and then he will get a design or a building that an architect does not have an input in. He will not get all the information that you need. That is what I think that is going to happen. And so we want to thank you for the leading this discussion, and we want to thank all the discussants for your contributions. And I hope both students and practicing architects have gained something from this discussion for the, as it is. So we'll close this session and then we go into the next one, if that's okay. I don't know if we need any break or we can just go in to the second session.
Make a break. Take a break.
All right. So there's going to be a break. The anchor will be able to tell us what to expect. Is it a product? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Evelyn. Thank you, our panelists, Architect Bola Rileshire, Architect Femi Olaiya, Architect Moradeke Okun-Riboye, Architect Dr. Fakolade, and Architect Lanre Olushola. Thank you for your insight. At least now many people here have understanding of how digitalization has affected our, or is affecting our profession. We cannot stay anachronistic. We must move with the times in order to stay relevant. Whether AI comes or not, we must move with the times. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. A round of applause for our panelists once again. Thank you. Can we take a photograph, please, before you leave? Thank you. Sorry, sir. We want to have a photograph.
Yeah, fellow colleagues, if you look through your program, we're supposed to have the second discussion program, but we're going to swap it while they're taking the photograph of the first group of discussants. We're going to present the AIP now. So which we've swapped the program. So we present the AIP because this follows up. This is just a mini introduction of what we're talking about, digitalization. So we want you to listen carefully because we have architect Azan Anifoshi, because of the time factor, he is going to be speaking to us doing this presentation from New York, from America. And please, I want you to listen carefully so that if you have any question, we'll have him to answer those questions. And we want your buy-in into this because already this is an innovation by the chapter and it's costing us money. At the moment, we have a budget of, I think, about 15 million. We've only been able to raise roughly about 6 or 7 million. But if you don't understand this, how can we ask you to chip in into it? This is the future of architecture. This is the future of architect in Lagos. It's got to do with your fee. I'm glad we had Femi Falana day before yesterday. We need to take charge. We've been in this since 2008. In policy making for the government, we want to avoid building collapse. And before I go further, I have the representative of the BCPG here. Can you be upstanding for recognition? If there's any BCPG here? Yes. So please, I want to indulge you all. Please listen. And not only we want your buy-in, you need it. You need it. And I'm going to call on Architect Bayo Adewako, the FNIA, who has been part of this team from the onset, to give the intro before Azan does the presentation. Architect Adewako, please. Round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. And may I stand on the existing protocol so that we can save time. What I'm about to give to you, you would see more in digital details in a short while. But I think this is pretty important that we all have a basic understanding of what we're talking about before you start seeing the demos. Now, what is AIP? The meaning of AIP is Architects Intervention Program. And I need to clarify this. The Architects Intervention Program is the tool for us architects in undertaking a bigger thing that we call the BEPIP, which is Built Environment Professionals Intervention Program. All these sound like very big words, but basically what we aim at is to say that henceforth, every building that is being worked on should be owned, quote and unquote, and monitored by professionals in the built environment, ably led by the architects, according to the laws that establish our profession, the Acts A19, laws of Federal Republic of Nigeria, no, the CAPS A19, laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, has placed us as architects as the team lead and the focal point on development projects. So the AIP is actually geared towards the elimination or reduction to the barest minimum of the alarming incidents of building collapses that we've been witnessing. And a little overview has shown that most of these projects that have been collapsing have actually lacked the involvement of professionals or professionally licensed architects. Mark my words, licensed. We're not everybody that's gone to school of architecture is actually recognized as an architect yet. You need to go to the point where you are professionally recognized. Secondly, we have also discovered that most of the buildings don't have approvals. And because they don't have approvals, there is no adequate monitoring. And this also leads to some of the problems. Thirdly, the quality of materials that are in use. Most times, the materials that you find in the market these days are really very poor quality. And unless you're experienced enough and are very vigilant, you know, any rubbish could be used for you, and therefore the project put in jeopardy. So basically, the AIP is to reestablish the role of the architect as a leader of every built environment team in accordance with the CAPS A19 laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Secondly, it is to enable us to digitalize every building, digitalization of every building, and the mandatory monitoring of development processes by professionals. When I say professionals now, we're talking about everybody, the architect, the structural engineer, everybody to monitor the project, of which the architect is the team lead. 3 is to ensure and guarantee that every project has a registered architect. With the AIP, God helping us, there will never be any project without an architect. If that project is seen, it will be flagged off and the site will be shut. That's what we aim at. Number 3 also is, as we ensure that every site has an architect, we also ensure through the AIP that the architects are paid in full. I mean, they're paid in full and there'll be no hanky-panky of clients leaving one architect, running to another one to ensure that this is done. Number 5, buildings will be color-coded. I'm sure you see part of the demo when it's been done. Why I'm saying this now is that when it's being done, you may not be able to understand some of those basics very quickly. So now you have a rough idea. The buildings will be color-coded in 3 colors: green, orange, red. Now, when a building is green, it means that there's an architect on that project and all the required information have been supplied. All the required information are available. When it's orange, it means that there's an architect on the project, but the required information are not fully supplied. Some are already supplied. And then 3rd, when the color is coded red, it means there's an architect, but there's no information at all. So every architect becomes an agent of monitoring with the AIP, because once you have the app on your phone and you are at a site, it's unfortunate that yesterday we were doing some demos in the AIP cubicle there. When you're at a site, you get information, coordinates, everything about that site, real time on that phone. And when you click on it, as long as you have access. Meanwhile, to have access, you must be registered with the institute. And you must have a code or a password that is given to you. So once you have the access, you will see all the information concerning this building. And you would know whether all the information there is complete or not. And also, if you have any observation, say for instance, you see a crack and you know this building has a structural defect, you have a portion where you can report it. We have a very robust server that we have put up, or that we're putting up at the secretariat. And that's the reason why we need a lot of money. We need a lot of money to do this. We've successfully got the app designed and it's been test running for the past 2 or 3 months. So we've done that bit. The server, we're working on the server point. And the whole idea is that all this information will go to the server, and we have an interface with the Lagos State building control and all that, so that as we are knowing, they are also getting to know what the problem is on this project. So at the end of the day, nobody can say, oh, we're not aware and all that, because information has been there all the while. So I'll implore you, as you look at this, for those who hitherto did not understand what this was about and you have sat on the fence, please come on board. We need as much as 15 to 16 million naira to actually have this program running. And I think to date, we've been able to raise about 6 million through the goodwill of some of us. But we know that with crowdfunding, everybody putting in their own little bit, we'll get there and we'll be able to run faster. The most important thing, like I said, is there are so many benefits, not only to us as actors, but other professionals as well. So other professionals, when they understand what we're doing, they will see that it is actually for the benefit of all professionals in the building industry. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you, everyone. Can you hear me loud and clear? Okay, so I'm going to begin the presentation. Thank you, Architect Bayo Adewakun. You have done an absolutely amazing introduction to the AIP, and I will just build on all the information that you just provided. So hello again, everyone. Welcome to the Architect Intervention Program AIP presentation. In this session, we're going to be exploring the benefits of AIP.
And it's been test running for the past 2 or 3 months. So we've done that bit. The server, we're working on the server point. And the whole idea is that all this information, and we have an interface with the Lagos State.
It appears that we're having some Okay, are we good now? All right, so back to what I was saying. So in this session, we're going to explore the benefits of the AIP, its advantages and features to enable architects to address the challenges faced in the built environment. So let's dive into the details. Unfortunately, Lagos State has suffered several building collapses in recent years, and this is a tragedy that has affected many families and communities in the state. The Architect Intervention Program, AIP, is a response to this crisis. The Lagos State government has been struggling to bring the building collapse situation under control. And despite the effort, the situation persists due to inadequate manpower and monitoring mechanisms. And that is why the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos State chapter, has developed the Architect Intervention Program, AIP, which is a roadmap to end the incessant building collapse in Lagos and beyond. Now, as architects and builders, we have a responsibility, well, tons of responsibilities, and one of them is to develop our environment deliberately. However, we cannot leave the future of our cities to chance, and that is why we believe in leveraging technology to help us achieve all of these goals and objectives. Now, what can we do with technology? With technology, we can create more efficient, sustainable, and safer buildings. And as architects also, we do owe a responsibility, not only to ourselves, but to future generations of architects that are going to become the custodians of the built environment. So our decisions and actions today will have a very, very profound impact on the world that these architects inherit. And by taking a responsible approach to architecture, we can actually create a better world for ourselves and the future generations. So when we use AIP, this is going to help us to prevent building collapse, and architects will be able to earn their full professional fees. We'll also be able to establish best standards for our projects, and also we'll be able to lead our project and business practices. So it's like a huge superpower in the palms of your hand. And like, in the introduction, it was said, there's been a lot of development that has gone into this. So I'm going to show you a quick video demonstration of how it works.
Building collapses have become a frequent occurrence in Lagos, Nigeria. The NIA Lagos chapter is taking a stand with the Architects Intervention Program. With the AIP, you can manage project status, view project overviews, manage fee structures, memberships, and stage certification. The AIP helps architects establish best standards for projects, reduce project risk and liability while helping the environment and saving lives.
So that's a very quick and short demo of the AIP app. And of course, very soon we're going to be rolling out some beta testing to specific set of testers, and then before we roll live. So your support is very much appreciated. Now, the AIP platform provides several key features that will help you to manage your project. And some of these include accounts and login access, user profiles, project access, and advanced security. As a matter of fact, as an architect, as an architecture practitioner, as an architect who runs a design firm, you can actually add your employees onto your projects to help you to manage those projects. And with these features, you can create, you can manage, you can collaborate with your team, and you can ensure that your data is secure. So it's a very, very impressive front end and back end to these problems we're facing. So with the AIP, registering your project is super, super easy. The first thing you want to do is register your project on the app database. And this step basically ensures that your project is recorded and protected. And that gives you a lot of peace of mind. Now, the second thing you want to do is upload your project documentation on the platform. And basically, this will allow you to keep track of all your project files in one place. So you have all your architectural drawings, you have your structural drawings, you have your mechanical, electrical, the survey plan, the soil test, everything is in one exact place and specific to every project. This makes it very, very easy for you to manage your project. And if you have to pull out documentation for approval at any point in time, you have that power in the palm of your hand. And also, you can also ensure that your projects are organized and secure, and you can access it from anywhere. As long as you have an internet connection on your phone, your computer, you can have 24/7 full access. So the AIP comes packed with a range of powerful features that actually make this, project management a breeze. And you can do some of the following. First, easily locate your project sites with location lookup. And that ensures that you have all the information that you need at your fingertips. So for example, if you were going to move to a site, or if you were even anywhere remote and you have to identify your project site, you can do that from the app. And it actually has a very, very precise geolocation feature that is 100% accurate. So you have nothing to worry about. Now, you can also effortlessly create new projects and manage the existing ones with project creation and detailed parameters. That gives a lot of control over the work that you're trying to do as an architect. And you can also keep track of this project, and with beacon placement, you can actually define the boundaries or the perimeters of your site. So at any point in time, that information is real time, and you have that full access to it. And lastly, file upload makes it very easy to share and access project documentation from anywhere in the world. Just yesterday, I was accessing some of the demonstration projects that we have in Lagos, and I'm not even in Lagos, as you can see. So the AIP has everything you need to stay on top of your project and deliver world-class results. So AIP is designed to give you maximum control over your project, and this powerful suite of features makes it very easy to stay on top of every detail. You can see some of these features. You can quickly browse through your project and view the status of each section of that project. And you can get a bird's eye view of any potential issues or infraction status alerts. So if the building, if the building approval is not ready, it's going to be indicated. If the building approval is ready, it's going to be green. If you have zoning restrictions, you're going to see them. If you have height restrictions, you're going to see them. And this information is live and is real time. And also with advanced settings, you can actually customize your AIP experience. You can tell it, you can interact with it the way you want it to respond to you. And whether you're an experienced architect, whether you're just getting started, the app is very, very intuitive, and you'll find it as a superpower to actually help you deliver your project. And the AIP takes building safety very, very seriously. And we've included powerful tools that can help you to report infractions. So if you have to quickly report any issues that you see on a project site near you, you can ensure that potential collapse issues are dealt with promptly. And you can locate projects near you on the go. So say, for example, you're in Ikeja today, you want to see what's going on, you want to see this 24th floor building, what's this building about? What project is this? You can actually see those information real time on your application. And finally, if you see something, you can say something. So this is the last set of features. It's live geolocation feature. You can report an infraction in one click, and you can select from a list of predetermined infractions and make a submission. And also you can include a picture, you can include a photograph of that infraction, like as the bio said, like you can see a huge crack in that building, or you can see a displaced column. You can take a picture and put it on the application. And that way you can actually also see notifications on the status of that infraction that has been reported. And I'm going to break down the AIP into, like in summary, into ABCs, and the A is for project registration. You can record and register your project, and that keeps you protected and also your clients protected. And then the B is for getting your professional fees. You want to be able to calculate and issue your professional fees based on the NIA and ARCON scales, and that you're ensuring that you're getting paid what you deserve. We all know that architecture is not easy. And then C is for project quality. With AIP, you can ensure that your projects are completed to professional and the highest quality standards. And that actually establishes us architects as leaders of the built environment. And then D, which is the last one, is collapse prevention. And basically, you're reducing your project risk and liability by helping the environment, and you're saving lives. I mean, what feels better than that? Ensuring that you're creating a safe built environment that is top-notch in part of the responsibilities of an architect. So the AIP can help us all make a positive impact on our profession. So if you need more information about the AIP, you can contact the Lagos State chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. And we are enjoining everyone by this presentation to work with us, play your part. When the app launches, embrace it, use it, test it, demo it, show your colleagues. We're catering to a whole lot of things in the built environment. And I can promise you by this presentation that you're having a superpower in your hand that you don't want to lose. And I promise that to you. Thank you very much for listening, and we look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Of registered architects in Lagos. Yes, Lagos State government knows the ARCON. It exists. Are you with me? But we have to help, because ARCON only has 2 offices, Abuja and Lagos. But compared to Koren, Koren has an office at every state. Are you with me? But it's only the Lagos State chapter, NIA Lagos State chapter, that knows who the architects in Lagos State are. It's not ARCON. All ARCON has is a registered the register of the license, so they don't even know whether the architect that registered with them is in Lagos or is in Abuja. And that is the most important of the chapter, because with this AIP, the first thing is happening soon. I have a feeling within the next 3 weeks, where number one, we're talking of assessing drawings. Number two, we're talking of monitoring. We've been advocating for this since 2008, and thanks be to God, it's happening now. But the main thing about it is architect Adewakun designed Eco Hotel. David Majakodumi of Kenin Homes is an accredited certifier to the Lagos State government. Now, Lagos State government is taking, let's just say, 1 million naira for the processing of the planning permit and building approval. Now, David Majakodumi of Kenin Homes, being that is an accredited checker, one will be collecting maybe 40% or a certain percentage, because we're talking, we just need to finalize the MOU. So let's just assume David Majakodumi collects 50%, 60% goes to the government. But in that 40% that comes to David is also a revenue for the chapter. But if you don't belong to the chapter, sorry, you cannot partake. And the most important is you must have a professional indemnity insurance for your negligence. So where there's a bit of thought, negligence, your professional indemnity insurance covers you. With the APRN, yes, Isakon, whatever. But it's only maybe one state or one place or two places that is still viable. But in Lagos, it's not that we don't believe in it, but we need to do a test run. But we need to take charge. And also, with our keynote speaker, Falano, said day before yesterday, we need to take charge. And this is the time to take charge of what we are trained for. Enough is enough. Now, with this AIP, it will tell you who the architect is on the project. It will tell you whether it's registered or not. And where we find out it's not registered, yes, we can prosecute. And that's what Falano is trying to aid us with. And please go back to that YouTube. This Lagos Architect Forum 14.0 is very important. Go to the YouTube, you have everything. Educate yourself. Please, this AIP is very important. It will help us to take charge of our profession. You see, in England, where a client has refused to pay your fee, that client is blacklisted by the credit control, and it's through the help of the RIBA. So the same thing with the AIP. I have number of clients. Many of you have number of clients who are still owing you. This is not to do with blogging, but this is to do with credit scoring. Nigerian is coming to that. That's why we're having all these issues, the Naira change and whatever. Now we are getting there. With the barcode, every drawing will have a barcode. That is in Lagos. And we start from there, because if even this thing is not registered with the AIP, are you with me? The Lagos State chapter won't defend you with the government. The Lagos State chapter won't defend you with your client who is refusing to pay your fee. So at the same time, when you belong to this AIP, are you with me? It gives that credit scoring as well, because the bank will ask, the first bus stop the bank will come to is the Lagos State chapter. We have this, that. Yes, they're on this project. Do you think they worth getting the loan? Or do you think they worth fighting the client has a bank account with them? And lo and behold, you can garnish that client's account by AIP. So please, this is very important. I indulge you. Please look into it. Don't worry. It's not only meant for Lagos State. Other states as well, because when we put on the platform that the Lagos State government required the list, there were a lot of questions that, oh, does it mean if I don't live in Lagos, I cannot? You can, but you have to come into this AIP. Do you get it now? It's just like when you're in America, you get a license to practice in New York, but you live in Atlanta. But you must have someone who is licensed in New York. We're not taking the role of Akon. Are you with me? We're doing it all together. And by the grace of God, by this time next year, it will have spread to the other states. We set the pace and others come to learn from us. Round of applause for Lagos State chapter, please. So thank you very much. We now go on to the next discussant session. And Chairman for today, over to you. And to start on the discussion is Architect Edafe. MC, Michael, please come and call the discussant up.
Thank you, Chairman. So we'll move to the next panel discussion, which is on architecture and sustainability. And for this session, we have the following architects. Start in no particular order. I'll start with Architect Sani Saulawa, who is the second vice president of the NIA. A round of applause for him, please. I'll call on Architect Dare Abel, who's the head of the Department of Caleb University, Department of Architecture, Caleb University. Call on Architect Moses Aja, who's the ex-official of the Nigerian School of Architects. I also invite Architect Edafe, who is an edge expert. I'll have pleasure of calling Architect Seun Ogunleye, who is the immediate past PRO of the chapter. Thank you, sirs. So, Architect Edafe.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will be standing on existing protocols. We'll be talking about architecture and sustainability. I'll just try and establish a platform. From there, we can then drive the discussion. So when we talk about sustainability, essentially, the whole idea about sustainability is to preserve, human species, plant species, and any kind of animals on the planet. So to conserve natural resources and to ensure that there is minimal impact on the environment, our activities. So, but one of the major concepts of sustainability as far as architecture is concerned is the green architecture, or you can say the green buildings, or you can call it sustainable buildings. But, green buildings have been talked about, in recent times because of the issues surrounding climate change. We know that the conventional buildings that we have today are driving us towards global warming because of the inefficiencies in terms of the operations, the materials, and the energy that the building consumes. So I'll just give a brief background just for us to understand why green buildings are very essential in today's world. You must have heard about the SDG goal 2030, that's the Sustainable Development Goal. Now that goal is very important because of the issue of the destruction of the environment, the planet, because they believe that with time, with all this destruction, human lives are going to be extremely affected, and we can hear about things like extinction. Some plants are going into extinction, some animals are going into extinctions. So it's because of the activities that humans are engaged in. And one of those activities is what is happening in the built environment. As architects, we are involved in buildings. And we know from research that buildings themselves consume about 36% of energy, operational energy. And then the same building, 40% of buildings globally emits greenhouse gases. 40% of the emissions are from building. So that is very, very huge. And then we also look at water. Water is one of the things that buildings use in terms of operation, construction, throughout the life cycle of building. And then we are envisaging from research also that there will be water scarcity in the near future. Another thing that buildings use as well is the materials. We have various types of materials that buildings use. And from research as well, it's also estimated that the total amount of materials coming into the global economy, the buildings themselves use about 40% of those materials that come into the global economy. Now, what this means is the natural building, the conventional buildings that we have today have not been able to manage efficiently these materials, the water, the energy, the operational energy. So what do we do? The way forward is to find ways such that our buildings that we are designing now are capable of efficiently managing these resources. That is from the design phase to the construction, to the demolition, and throughout the life cycle of the building. So this discussion is very essential because as architects, it is our responsibility for us to protect the climate. It's our responsibility to act in line with the Sustainable Development Goal, which the target is about 2030. Now, I will drive it down to Lagos State. In Lagos State today, because we are talking about Lagos as an evolving organism, Lagos is growing. So one of the things about Lagos State is the population of Lagos State, which is about 23 million people. And we have seen that the number of houses that are being built, formal houses in Lagos State today, is about 1,490,000 houses, which is very, very insufficient to cater for the needs of Lagosians. So it means that if you look at statistics from Nairametrics, it says that Lagos State needs about 4,960,000 houses. And we have been able to produce only 1,490,000. So that means we have roughly about 3.2 million houses in deficit. So what this means is that in the future, we are going to be having more developments, we are going to be having more buildings. And so, because we know that the footprint of buildings are large and are going to be contributing to the environmental impact in our today's world. So what is the way forward? The way forward is green building. Green building essentially means efficiently managing our resources in buildings, water, energy, and materials. But the least, according to the World Bank, is that we must manage energy, reduce energy to at least by 20%. So that is the point. So I will stop here so that I will give other discussants opportunity to shed more light. And if there is time, then I can also come in and summarize. So I will leave it for the chairman of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introductory into the discussions that we're going to hold. And I can see the passion. And that is also my area of research. So I can align with you very well. So I don't know who wants to kickstart the discussion. All right, then. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. I would like to say that sustainability should start from the city. So we should, especially that we're in Lagos. So therefore, architects should drive that, that challenge. We found a scenario where the system has found a way to relegate architects from urban planning, urban design. So we need to take that role, champion that role of urban designing. Because if you find places that are well designed, a few days ago, I flew over Amsterdam. from the plane, I could see, clearly where the collector points for the water was, you could see how the city was planned, and it was very beautiful. And in Nigeria, we'll find a case where development comes after people have gone to eat the ground. We need to start thinking of developing places for people, that you now start finding people to go and live in those places, rather than for people you buy land in somewhere, you go and build there, then government now starts to tell you that you're built on a road or you're built on a waterway or those things should have been planned already, So architects should drive urban design, architects should drive sustainable cities. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Who wants to also say something on this? Any discussant?
Okay.
We can throw it open to.
Can I add to what he just talked
All
about?
right.
Okay, because one of the key aspects of sustainability is the urban planning. In Lagos today, there was an article that says that Lagos State is 133rd in terms of the most polluted cities in the world. So I'm just talking about Lagos because our focus is Lagos as a living organism. So, and from the research by one of the lecturers we have in one of the universities in Nigeria here, he says Lagos is, the pollution from Lagos is being accounted for most in the transportation sector. So this transport sector is hugely contributing to the pollution in Lagos State. So in terms of urban design, what can we do? In urban design, there's something we call nodes, the centers of various points in the city. So we can plan our cities for those who are involved in big estates and all of that. We can plan our city in such a way that the travel distance, from major public facilities are at least, like we know, the standard is half a kilometer. So that way, people are encouraged to trek. Because one of the things that contributes to pollution of the atmosphere and that leads to global warming is, traffic, transportation. So if we are able to leave our cars at home and trek, that way we are limiting the amount of energy that is being, the amount of emission that is being put into the atmosphere. And that way we are also exercising our body. So I just feel that the urban design planning has to be, in such a way that it encourages people to move around, use bicycles and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, the facilitator of this discussion session. I want to pick from the last comment you made, but I will then have to make my own inputs. You can identify a number of districts, a number of areas in Lagos where there used to be densely populated residential buildings that are now purely commercial areas. So it's not as if planning hasn't factored some of these things ab initio, but because like it is, the city is an organism with a whole lot of dynamisms that evolve. And so before you know it, you see people buy those buildings at very expensive rates and turn them to commercial structures, sometimes going to floors that are not ab initio planned for those areas. So it is important that planning must be very dynamic if we will factor in development as it has to be sustainable development. And what is the problem we have seen in our climes is that there is hardly concerns for review of master plans of cities and of areas in our country. You find out there are small efforts at that, but there isn't concerted effort at driving it properly. Master plans are supposed to be reviewed at about every 10 years or thereabout. But you find out that even the master plan of Abuja has not been reviewed logically to the conclusion. You find out that in Lagos, I'm not sure we have had such reviews. And you find out that we want cities that are sustainable, we want environments that are sustainable, but we are not working towards sustainable environments through clear-cut planning processes. Again, I want to say that for us to push for sustainability, we need to carry on sustainability from the point of view of training of young and would-be architects, young and would-be professionals, so that when we are discussing sustainability, we are not just discussing sustainability from the point of view of theory, but from the point of view of what we have inculturated into the people who will be driving the process. Now, we are discussing sustainability, and I come into your building, for example, as an architect. How is your building sustainable? Architects who are seated in this hall, who are practicing in this town, how much sustainability have they brought into their construction of their buildings when they built, into the buildings they live in that they are using? So that we are not just talking these things by virtue of discussing SDG, discussing theories of United Nations, this and so on, but where are we placing this thing in the real perspective of action that should form our society in evolving sustainable development? Let me also add that there is need for peer review in discussing and practicing and promoting sustainability. How do we carry on this? Can we, as a professional body, establish a means for peer review on how we are exploring and promoting sustainability in the environmental development that we are champions of? Let me also add that architecture should, and my colleagues say architecture should drive up urban design. As a matter of fact, we are losing a grip in one particular area of importance in our own field. And I want to join words with him to say that we should find a way, in every way possible, to ensure that we are truly driving urban design. Kenzo Tange, who laid the architecture of the master plan of Abuja, is an architectural practice. And the Odalis, who did the second phase, was also an architectural practice. Why are we finding ourselves out of where we should be in charge of? We need to really look at these things and discuss how to make a difference. Permit me to note that as at yesterday, it is on the news that 1,000 of the species of the fauna in the country are endangered species. About 1,500 floras are already endangered species in Nigeria. But let me say, we talk about all of this, we do not back it with adequate action. We back, but we do not bite. And that's one of our greatest problems. I will conclude by saying that one of the greatest challenges we have is law. When we have laws that when we do not have laws, we have problem. And everywhere there is no law is lawless. And when we have laws that we do not implement, is worse than having laws at all. And in Nigeria, we are in this second category. Beautiful laws, beautiful codified instruments, but implementation is very poor. I will leave you with the story of Dora Akunyili, the professor who was in charge of NAFDAC in those days. People didn't know there was an organization or institution called NAFDAC until one person called Dora Akunyili became head of NAFDAC. And what happened within that duration of her time was super. We need people like that in our field. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my chair and co-discussants on this very important topic. I would want to break it down in simple terms. They said necessity is the mother of invention, while abundance is the mother of inertia, if I can call it that. I would want to link this statement also practically to what we experienced with the Naira redesign. At the expiration of the use or acceptance of the old currency, as a legal tender, what happened? There was crisis, there was chaos because of the lack of cash. Now, I would want you to imagine this and interplace it with any of these either building materials or even water. Let me bring it down to the level of water. We need water to survive. We need water for our everyday use. If water were as scarce as Naira was at that issue of how would our livelihood be? Now, this is how I want our mentality to relate to the issue of sustainability. It is all about inculcating the culture of using these resources minimally, just what we need, so that we can conserve it for the use of those coming in the nearest future. Now, because the topic is sustainability and architecture, I would want to say that we have enumerated the problems associated with sustainability. We have had the figures quoted by our expert there. So, who is responsible for driving sustainability architecturally here? Is it the architect that is responsible? We work for the client. Is it the client that is responsible to take the driver's seat, or the end users? Because the result of what architects do in satisfying the client's needs eventually boils down to the end users. So who is supposed to take the driver's seat? I would want to say that all the three categories have their fair share when we are talking about sustainability. Culturally, even, because there are so many factors that are related to this. I just gave an example of water scarcity. Let's bring it also back into architecture now. How much amount of water do an individual need in a day? Calculate that, keep it aside. And what is the cost of producing that clean water, for example, by the Lagos state government? What is the average cost of production of that water? Keep it aside. And then now, here you are an architect and you are designing for a client. And I see all the bathtubs, I see all the jacuzzis, one size, two size, three people, you know, and related to how we use water. Is it even part of our culture to start with? Using the bathtub. If I say jacuzzi, let me bring it down even to a bathtub. How many people fill up the bathtub in order to have a bath in a day? The next culprit we have is the shower. Now, when you want to open the shower, you want to have your bath, the first thing you do is you turn it on and you step back. You allow it flow for some time, and then you touch to gauge how hot or how cold. What are you doing? Wasting all the water and what have you. And we're here talking about sustainability. So that's why I said I want to break it down to that level so that we comprehend and begin to reflect the way we live sustainably. Let it reflect in our design, let it reflect in our psyche, and it is our job and responsibility to educate the clients that we work for. Let me pause for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, architect, the chairperson. Very beautiful discussions by my co-discussants. I want to follow the line of architect Saulawa to look at more precise, practical, and issues that universities, I know Professor Kangum and myself were more embedded in the university system, and we have been working in these areas for some time. So I would like to look at some of those areas and vis-a-vis what the experts who are in the practical field have said. Talking about planning, zoning, we see that, let's not go far from Lagos, since we're talking about Lagos, a growing city, a growing state, a growing organism. We see a depletion of more of our resources, the land itself. Not that the land is going away. The land is there, but the various uses are being depleted. For instance, if you cast your mind back, I can look at my grandfather's farmland in Ekpe. There is no more in existence. At that time, there were hectares of land, you know, for pineapple, for the palm products and all that. But now everything has been turned into buildings. Yesterday, we were talking about vertical buildings, which will conserve the land more. Those areas are what we should be looking at. Also, you find out that the resources like the timber has been so much depleted. But the beauty of timber is that timber can be replenished. It's renewable. Is there any part of government policies that is thinking about reserving a particular area and then keeping the timber growing and replacing the ones that have been depleted? So we need to really look at that. Some of the researches that we are engaging at Caleb University include issues of zoning, compliance, and all that, which one of our discussants talked about, the issue of residential areas turning gradually into commercial areas. Yes, that's part of growth, but we need to systematically plan it in such a way that it doesn't grow in a haphazard way such that it makes the city to decline. And that's the problem that makes us to come, you know, on board and discuss these issues, because we are faced with series of problems on a daily basis. Also, another vital area is approaching energy efficiency and energy management through the design, through focusing on passive design approaches. And that is something that helped our grandparents, our forefathers, when we received visits. I remember in the 70s, I visited a farmer with my dad in Kaduna, and we entered his hut, the large hut, which is the first one where the Megiddo stays. And it was so cool. It was so cool. And the heat on the outside did not reflect what I enjoyed on the interior. And since that time, I was barely below 10 years when we visited that place. I've had it in mind that that's, you know, a part of architecture that we should sustain. Now we've seen that the courtyard has, you know, disappeared totally in housing design, especially for, if you look at city centers, you may have 1,001 reasons why we shouldn't have, because of the cost of land and so many other things. But what about the suburbs and other areas where you have country homes where courtyards have disappeared totally? Now we need to bring those things back to make sure that energy efficiency is sorted out in a more passive, you know, solution-based approach, such that we don't invest too much on mechanical, electromechanical appliances. Another area that I would like to talk on before I wrap up is infrastructural development, which is just to talk to solidify what my expert talked about on transportation, which is the first part of the team's agenda of the Lagos State government. Now, if infrastructure is developed in such a way that the smart city intentions, first of all, infrastructure, internet infrastructure, you find out that many people don't have business moving from place to place. There are so many people who are along with us on this conference who are not here, but they are enjoying, in fact, even more than some of the people who are here. I know that I will still go back to the YouTube channel of this LAF 14.0 to check whatever I missed out. So that is a major aspect that will reduce the transportation issue, the traffic situation in our city. So infrastructure development is very important. And that's part of the areas that we do research on at Caleb University. So I think I'll stop for now and hand over to the, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Every one of us is a stakeholder, whether you're an architect, whether you're a user, whether you're a contractor, but then it starts with us. What do you design? What do you recommend? What do you specify? What materials do you engage in? What do you tell your suppliers? These are areas where you can cut down on what energy are involved in our buildings, because there are materials that are heavily, embedded with energy use, and you're not encouraging whatever structure you are bringing up to be able to be efficient if you are using those heavy laden materials. What do you specify in terms of your finishes? These are very important. What kind of, for example, in the toilets, what kind of water system do you use? Are they economical? Are they efficient? What amount of water does it expel when you go to do the small or the big one? Such things are very important. They may just seem nothing, but they contribute a lot. And believe you me, it is no longer a time where we say buildings contribute about 40%. It's now 50%. That's how recent for those of you with the booklets, the inaugural lecture, you will see it there. The current thing is up to 50%. And it's not just in those countries that we think are using a lot of energy, non-energy efficient materials, but it is also here with us in the country because of our tropical climate. We tend to use tools, implements, and machineries to be able to what do I use? To reduce the amount of heat that we feel, instead of using the passive architecture that we know that can help. And we know other recommendations that we could make. So when it starts with us and educating others, they tend to understand. You find somebody is not using the electricity, but the lights are all, the lighting points are all on. This contributes. You have a socket, it's showing you whether it is on and off, and you think that it's negligent. It's not. You need to switch it off. Those are the small things that we could do as individuals to curtail the emission of energy from buildings, who are the most culprits. Unfortunately, buildings are also the same. They suffer the most when it comes to the negative impact of climate change, because when there's flooding, you'll be involved. When there's a tornado, when there are all these, the building you contribute and you suffer it the most. So that's what we're talking about. That it should be a thing of concern for all of us. That sustainability must be a conscious effort by designers, by governments, by users, to be able to stabilize, to be able to have efficiency in terms of what we use and what we build in the built environment. I think that's about it, except if we have questions that we want to, because I've been asked to wrap up the session. I don't know. Students, I'm very interested in Because if we get it right with the students, then we have very little to worry about in the future. Any questions? Okay, we don't seem to have any questions. So we'll wrap up this session. We want to thank the lead, and then we want to thank every participant, discussants for this session. Thank you for your contributions, and thank you, love, this opportunity.
Moses Oja, FNIA. Thank you, Architect Sani Salawa, FNIA. Thank you, Architect Sheung Ogunleye. Thank you very much, Architect Edafe. So coming up next, we have a product presentation by Rogue Studios. None of them. Color Sense, Rogue Studio.
Just to tell you about Rogue Studios, Rogue Studios is one of our major partners. Not only that, they sponsor the student competition, of which at the end of today, prizes will be given for the winners of the competition. Please, I'd like to recognize the BCPG members. I called earlier for you. Where are they? Please, BCPG members, can you be upstanding? I know the publicity secretary is here, Architect Bauer. BCPG, where are you? That's another two. Where are the rest? Where are they? Please be upstanding, the artisan, please. Round of applause for them, please. And please, after the product presentation, we'll be having an address by the, please sit down. We'll be having an address by the PCPG. Thank you very much. Rogue Studio, are you around? Yeah.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chidi Godwin, and I'm the co-founder and director of operations at Rogue Studios. I'm looking forward to not doing a lot of talking. I would rather that, this does the talking for me. So we can go. I'd like us to just take a look at some of the visuals on screen, and then I would give a bit of a talk through about them. Okay. At Rogue Studios, we are a 3D visualization company. Sorry. Media team. We're a 3D visualization company here at Rogue Studios, and our solution, the solutions we provide are 3D visuals for structures, furniture, products, and interiors. Our USP is such that we create visuals that cannot be differentiated from reality. So we're basically a marketing solution. Everything you see here on screen is not real. And that is why I want you to take a bit of a focus on this. It's about a 3-minute video, and I'd like us to look through it together. Everything here is entirely computer generated. Our clientele mostly consists of furniture designers, product designers, architects, and interior designers. And with our visuals, videos, images, we have revolutionized businesses, sales, and client engagements. So take for example, we have a furniture designer who is releasing an entire catalog of collection, an entire catalog of furniture items. Think about the hassle of having to create each furniture piece in each of the different finishes that they come in. But with our solutions, you don't have to create any single item. Again, everything here is not real. They give us the drawings, or we get the drawings, and then we create renders in any kind of finish that they offer. With this, they print catalogs, marketing materials without producing any single item. They think about, without this solution, you will have to produce this chair in red leather, red fabric, cream, buku, whatever finish you're offering it in, versus not producing any at all, coming up with the design, and then Rogue Studios makes visuals like this that are realistic enough to convince any client. The client places an order, and then they now actually go on to produce. So with this, we've been able to change or turn around the sales numbers of furniture designers, interior designers, because at the end of the day, what we do is a marketing tool, is a presentation tool, and the more realistic it is, the more moved your target client or audience would be to engage your product. So at a forum like this, where we have architects, we have interior designers, we have stakeholders in the built environment, I believe that this is a service that is invaluable for the kind of presentations that I believe that stakeholders in the built environment will be interested in. Again, everything you see here is not real. There are more product offerings that we have, more immersive product presentations, such that you can have your clients turn around the product, zoom into to see what the details are on the product, again, without you having to produce any at all. If you're interested in more services like that, please meet us down at the booth number 68, right down the stairs here, and we'll walk you through it. But again, this has revolutionized businesses, furniture design businesses, architectural practices, interior design companies, and how they present and how they overall market their product to their clients. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Rogue Studios. We would like to invite our next product presentation, Color Sense. Please, a round of applause for Color Sense.
Yeah. Good afternoon, distinguished architects, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ijoma Chupocha. I'm the creative director for Color Sense Limited. Please bear with me as I'm going to read most of my presentation while we'll have some of our picture streaming here. Okay. Maybe I'll just continue while you're getting it together. Okay, Color Sense is a paint company that manufactures a wide variety of classic architectural paints. We are also importers of special effect paint finishes from our Italian partners, Spiva. We are honored to have the opportunity of presenting our products and services to the construction industry professionals at the Lagos Architects Forum, LAF 14.0. Our products include classic architectural paints. We have a paint factory here in Lagos that manufactures a range of high quality and durable paints, such as your regular sateens, emulsions, textured coatings, matte gloss, and weather-resistant paint finishes. We also produce grid putties and primers. All our paints are manufactured to precision and attention to detail. We also have weather-resistant and UV-resistant coatings for external walls. These are mainly acrylic paints that come in flat, matte, and textured finishes, sorry. We have purpose-manufactured weather-resistant paints for coastal areas like Lagos. We have top epoxy paints for flooring solutions. We have waterproof flooring solutions that work well in bathrooms. We have anti-mold paint for areas in Lekki where you have mold growing all over the walls if water is coming from any part of the world. We also do special effects and high decorative paints. This type of paint creates a visual impact when applied on walls. sorry, we have pictures of some of our work, so that helps, because it's just, okay, thank you. This type of paint creates visual impact when applied. They can mimic anything from marble to wood, to stone, to concrete, to linen, leather, skin, you know, pearl, whatever it is. And we import this from my Italian partners. You can visit our stand, which is just down the podium, to see and feel some of these products we're talking about. For our services, we carry out measurement services to ascertain clients' paint requirements and give painting estimates. We also offer color consultancy services where we work closely with the client to determine the best color and textures that they need for their projects. We do training and capacity building. Through our training programs, many people have acquired new skills in painting. These skills become valuable to them and to us as a paint company, and I believe to the construction industry at large. We execute painting projects. We have a team of professional painters who have been well trained to execute our painting contracts, no matter the size of the project. Some of our executed projects include the special effect painting in the entire lift lobbies, corridors, and common areas of the 15-story Nest Oil headquarters, where we worked with the construction company Julius Berger. We also painted the entire internal walls of the Southern Sun Hotel, now known as Movenpick Hotel Ikoyi, where we worked with the construction company Dori. Our company painted the Deeper Life Cathedral in Bagada, where special effect paints were used on the internal walls of the 50,000-seater capacity, 50,000-seater auditorium, as well as the premium quality emulsion on the external walls of the cathedral building and the perimeter fence. Our company also undertook the interior and exterior painting of the renovated iconic Holy Cross Cathedral in Lagos. For both church projects, we worked with Kappa and Alberto. This is just to mention a few of our executed projects. We are here at the Lagos Architects Forum to present the Color Sense brand to you and to create the awareness that architectural paints have evolved beyond classic traditional paints, as we all know it. The trend is going towards special effects and high decoration paints that add visual impact and life to spaces. We urge you to incorporate our special effect paints in certain parts of your building projects, such as public spaces, lobbies, entertainment areas, to make them lively, welcoming, and interesting. Life is no longer as boring as it used to be. You should also consider them in welcome spaces like ante rooms, powder rooms. They can also help to pop a space when used on TV walls, backdrop walls, and feature walls. Better still, they can be used in the entire space of a building. That gives us more money. Without a doubt, these paints will enhance the beauty of a building as well as add value to it. I wish to thank the chairman of the Lagos chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect David Majakodumi, and members of the planning committee for giving us the opportunity to present our products and services to your organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Color Sense. We'll have okay, Rogue Studios forgot to give us a vital piece of information, so he'll just...
In addition to what we're doing in this year's Lagos Architects Forum, we partnered with the Nigerian Institute of Architects Lagos State chapter to, as a way of giving back to the visualization and architecture community, we floated what we call the Rendathon. The Rendathon is a competition aimed at driving healthy competition among architects, 3D artists. I mean, visualization is a very strong part of architecture. So we're the third edition, and in this edition, we partnered with the Lagos Architects Forum, or the Nigerian Institute of Architects Lagos State chapter. The design brief was sent out about a month ago. We'll be announcing the winners in about an hour, thereabouts. So the winners have been chosen. We'll just urge you to hang around. We have a lot of the participants here. And we'll be announcing the winners and giving out the awards as well as certificates of participation, just our way of giving back to the community that built us as a company, I believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rogue Studios. We would like to call our next product presentation, Nigerite.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back again. My name is Felix Etches, and I'm an engineer, and I work for ETEX Nigeria. I think I was here on Wednesday to do a presentation on ETEX Nigeria products. Well, okay. But our focus on Wednesday was more on the Kelsey board, but today we are going to present something else, one other solution that we have. And before I start, I want to appreciate all those that visited our stand Wednesday, Thursday. We appreciate all your recommendations, your advice, and the leads that you gave to us. We are going to follow it up. Thank you very much. We are still around booth 15 and booth 16. Please feel free to still come around and visit us. Yeah. On Wednesday, I discussed about the relationship between MNite, Nigerite. I know that most of the architects in Lagos are so used to Nigerite, but there's another company that is based in the Southeast, MNite. MNite and Nigerite are sister companies under the umbrella of the ETEX Group. ETEX Group is a company that is based in Brussels, Belgium, and they have majority shares in these two companies. So that's the relationship. And ETEX Group, of course, we are in 42 countries all over the world with over 110 plants and over 12,000 teammates. Oh, sorry. So these are some of our commercial brands and the ETEX divisions that we have: building performance, exteriors, industry, new ways. I'm going to just flick through it. Then that's the ETEX, the relationship that I mentioned, Nigerite, MNite, with all the brands that we have: Kelsey Seal, Kelsey Craft, Cineat Kelsey, Lightspan, and Solestra. So today I'm just going to talk about the Kelsey Seal and Kelsey Craft. Then something I forgot to tell you yesterday, on Wednesday when I made the presentation, we usually get our products to the end user through our distributors. I know I was discussing with one of the architects. He said in the past that they used to drive into Nigerite and get the products. But these days we don't do it that way. We sell our products through our distributors. And we've been able to have over 1,700 outlets all over Nigeria. If you see from the map, you can see all the places that we're operating. I know we've not covered the whole country, but we're trying to see whether we'll be able to get to every part of Nigeria to get our distributors, our stockists to have our products there. So Kelsey Seal, what is Kelsey Seal? Kelsey Seal is one of the products that we have. It's 3mm thick, 1.2 by 1.2, 4 by 4, if you're going to call it in feet. It's nailed. It's mainly, the application is mainly residential and some commercial spaces. Then the Kelsey Craft is another product that we have. The application is for event halls, churches, mosques, residential, and schools. These are the different designs that we have: the Floral, Royal, Unique, Cherry, Ultimate, then of course the Kelsey Seal, the Diamond, the Crystal, and the Legend. So the suspended ceiling. I know that all the architects, even the students, know about suspended ceiling, but in the past, we were now applying our products through this means. But recently, because of the problems that we found out that some of the event places, some of the other products are having, we decided, okay, let us go into this application with our product, knowing fully well that our product has all the attributes that should be able to take care of the problems in maybe churches, event halls, and all that. We've been successful in the Southeast, and we're bringing it down to Lagos now to see whether it's possible, of course, for us to make an inroad using this kind of application. Yeah, the attributes for that is, of course, durability, fire resistance, sound insulation, which is the acoustics, thermal insulation, good cooling effect. And one other thing that I know about this is repaintability, which so many people do not think about when they're, because after 5 years, 10 years, when you're repainting your house, repainting the church, and you find out, oh, I won't be able to repaint that ceiling that has been up there for a long time. But our product is possible for it to even change the color, because when it comes out from the machine, it comes out as a gray color product, which you can paint to any color. So when you're doing the renovation, all you need to do is just set up your scaffold, bring it down, repaint it, and install it back. We've done that in so many of the projects that we have. That's when we started the inroad, and in 2016, that was when we started pushing for it, and we've been successful in the Southeast. These are some of the projects that we handled. My commercial director is around, and he has promised that he's going to give a good discount, mouth-watering discount to anybody who places order for this solution. Mouth-watering. The code is going to be LAF 14.0. So if you call on us, we have a phone number on the materials that you're going to pick up from our stand. Call on us, LAF 14.0. You'll be able to get a mouth-watering discount for this particular solution. So you can take any kind of color, any color that you want to paint. These are different event places and different churches that will be able to apply the product. You can create any kind of symbol that you want on the ceiling. These are also the different applications, different ceilings that we've done using the suspended ceiling application. We have some of the suspended grids that we have in gold. We brought in the gold grids because of the churches, because most of the churches, they have a whole lot of golden things, and it's been successful in the Southeast. They keep buying and buying and buying the gold grids. Then we also have the silver color. We have the wooden color because we found out that some people also started using it in residential homes. I know the architects will not agree. Of course, you don't use suspended ceiling in residential homes, but people started using, so we had to bring the wood-colored suspended grids to give you the effect of that wood grain. So another thing that we've been doing, we've not just been sending products into the market, we've also been doing a lot of trainings to at least get a lot of our young people and a lot of our artisans to know how to use these products. So we've been training people. This year, we're going to train a whole lot of people. Next year, we'll continue to train people to make sure we're not just sending out those quality products into the market, but that we have the people that have the skill set to be able to apply this product and do it very well. Another thing we also been doing is that we've been going into the markets where our distributors, our stockists are, so that for easy identification, you'll be able to know this is a certified distributor for Etex Nigeria products, MNI products. We've painted their stores, we change the roof with our products and all that, so that it looks nice. I know the eye eats first before, of course, before you start eating with your mouth. So if you go into the store, you find out that the place looks good with our products. Another very good thing that we've done, we've noticed that people have been complaining that they don't know if they go to the market, they don't know how to identify a certified distributor. They don't know how to identify an installer that will be able to install the product without having problems. So we've been able to develop an app. We now have an app. It's called Nigeria Terminite app. If you go to this app, you'll be able to get all our distributors, where they're located and their phone numbers on the app. You'll be able to get all the trained installers on that app. You'll be able to get all the products, the description of the products, the pictures of the products on the app. Another thing is you can and will be able to calculate how many of the products that you need, assuming you know the area, the length and the width of the area you want to apply this product. There's a calculator on the app. You just have to just put the area there, and it shows you, look at the number of products that you need to install in that particular area. You also, on the app, you'll be able to give us advice. You can also complain if you're having problems. with the use of our products. And of course, we'll be able to attend to you immediately. We also can be found on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. Then our distributors have also been using the LinkedIn app, using the Instagram app to also show people the products and their locations. So thank you very much. We are still around, booth 15 and booth 16. Thank you for listening to us, and thank you for giving us audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigerite. We'll quickly move on to the next product presentation. We'll have CoStar Building Product Systems.
Okay, for next. Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Renny Vagis, and I'm from CoStar Chemicals. As you could see, Advanced Concrete Technology. I just want to give you a small introduction about us. Advanced Concrete Technology have partnership with Schaumburg, Germany, CoStar Chemicals, USA. And today these are the product segments we have. We have waterproofing admixtures, concrete admixtures, surface treatment. We have products for tiling solution. We have water stoppers. We have waterproofing membranes. We have flooring solutions. We have insulation, structural grout, expansion joint sealants, repair and bonding agent, and decorative mortar. So for today's subject, I'll be going through waterproofing for substructure or basement. So before that, I would like to just ask, what is waterproofing? Waterproofing is a process of making an object or structure waterproof or water resistant so that it remains relatively unaffected by water or resisting the ingress of water under specific condition. So this is the basic idea of waterproofing. In short, it's like resisting water to penetrate into your structure. So this is waterproofing. So today I will just speak about basement, only basement. So if you could see with this diagram, basement is one of the place where a lot of stress is there. It is below the ground. There is hydrostatic pressure. That is earth pressure. There is water pressure. There is gas pressure. There's a lot of pressure goes for it. But what we do is not the actual system which we provide. So that is why I'm here to share like what is the exact system or recommended system that we should recommend for basement. Before that, I will go through the dangers of bad basement waterproofing system. So this is something common which we might all have seen it. Like, is it structural damage? Which you could see there would be concrete, there would be iron bars, corrosive iron bars, which we can see in basements. We can see our basements with a lot of leakage of water and everything. What structural damages? Water infiltration can weaken structure of a building, cause it to deteriorate over time. This can lead to safety hazard and expensive repairs. Basement repair are very expensive also. And second point is health problem. It leads to a lot of respiratory issues. It will lead to asthma also. There are a lot of allergic reactions also, and another health issue. It's just because of molds, algae, fungus, which gets into the structure just because of not doing a proper waterproofing system. And third issue is common, like property damage. That is the most important and financial thing. The property damage is there. It ruins the floors. It ruins the high-end marbles which you have used on the floor. Many carpets which you have used, it is damaged. And to treat them, we need to uninstall them and then do the waterproofing again. So that is a main cause. That is again a lot of financial issue. So to prevent this, we recommend waterproofing system considering the situation of the site and project. So for this here right now, I have considered just three situations, or I would say three scenarios. This is before building a construction. First scenario where retaining wall is confined, water table is very high, and soil contamination is also very high. And second scenario where retaining wall is unconfined, water table is very high, soil contamination is also very high. And third scenario where retaining wall is confined or unconfined, water table is low, and soil contamination is also very low. So considering this situation, you could see this system which we have solved. For confined places, we have pre-applied SDP membrane for raft and retaining wall. For unconfined region, we have pre-applied SDP membrane for raft and self-adhesive SBS membrane for the retaining wall. And for where the water table is low, we have added crystalline admix for the raft as well as for the retaining wall. This is a small diagram which I would just like to explain. If you could see in the diagram that once the binding is done, that is PCC binding, or some people call it mud slab also, over that, this SDP membrane is laid. This SDP membrane have pressure sensitive adhesive which adhere to the raft when it's applied. So if you could see the diagram, over the SDP membrane, we have applied reinforcement or bar. After that, we pour concrete. When we pour concrete, this membrane which you have laid after binding, it will adhere to the raft and it will become a part of it. So by this, there are a lot of benefits. This membrane does not allow lateral movement of water. Even if water try to penetrate from any damage, it won't allow water to travel. There won't be any lateral movement of water. And if you see after the casting, we will apply self-adhesive SBS membrane over the retaining wall. This SBS membrane also have a SDP linen over this membrane, which is self-adhesive, which we need to use a primer and you can apply it over the retaining wall. So this is a system which I was speaking about. This gives you a whole system, whole wrap for the substructure or basement region, whole system. This is the diagram of SDP membrane where you could see the self-adhesive pressure sensitive membrane over the polymers and the SDP membrane. And you could see there is an overlap also. This is the basement region where this SDP membrane is applied over the binding. Over this, now there will be concrete, there will be raft, reinforcement, and then they will do pour concrete over this. This is the diagram of SBS roll. It comes in black color. Thank you. It was a small time. And if you have anything, you can come to stall number 44. We are around there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Costa. We're just going to take a few minutes to please call up everyone on the exhibition floor. We would like you to please come up. We are about to start to give out the awards. Can you please come up, everyone, including exhibitors, the students, corporate sponsors, our partners. Can you please all come up to the gallery? It is still the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, LAF 14.0. We're about to start, as we're rounding off the program, we're about to start giving out the awards. So please, if you're on the exhibition floor, you're a student, you're a vendor, you're our partners, please come up to the gallery level. We're about to round off the program.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make your way up to the gallery. We are about to give out the awards. Vendors, students, partners, participants, please come up to the gallery so we can round up the event. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make your way up to the gallery. Students, vendors, participants, our partners, exhibitors. We are about to give out the awards for this event. Thank you very much. Still Lagos Architects Forum 14.0 2023. Please come up to the gallery. Vendors, students, architects, allied professionals, or visitors, we appreciate you. Come up to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Our vendors, our partners, please come up to the gallery level. Rogue Studios, we see you. Please come up. We're about to start giving the awards. Buffin Engineering, Sky Nigeria Limited, Color Sense, Bosch, Robert Bosch, Alan Carey Technical, Nigeria Liquefied Petroleum Gas Association, West African Ceramics Limited. We see you, we appreciate you. Please come up to the gallery level so we can give out the awards.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lagos Architects Forum 14.0. Please come up to the gallery. Thank you very much. Our vendors, our students, our visitors, architects, engineers, our friends, kindly make your way up to the gallery. We appreciate you for gracing this event.
Hello, we want everybody upstairs. We're having a presentation by PCPG, and we're having the award, the reading of the communique, and we bring this forum to an end. Everyone upstairs, vendors, exhibitors, upstairs, students, upstairs. We're having a presentation by PCBG, Building Collapse Prevention Guild. Thereafter, we have the awards, the student award, vendors, exhibitors award, speakers, discussants award. And so that we bring this to a close so that you have more time with the exhibitors, please. Everyone upstairs. The saxophonist can continue.
Until the night is over. 6 on that.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please come up to the gallery. Vendors, exhibitors, students, our visitors, our friends, please come up to the gallery. Thank you very much. Color Sense, we see you come up to the gallery. Rogue Studios, Bosch, Alan Carey, Kane Nigeria Limited, Lapta, EPM, Flickr, come up to the gallery. Thank you very much.
See you. Please come up to the gallery.
Students, West African Ceramics, Nigerian Unified Petroleum Gas Association, please come up to the gallery. Custom Wall, our dear students, great Nigerian students, come up to the gallery.
More music on trendybeats.com.
Please, I see you on the exhibition floor. Come up to the gallery level. The closing ceremony is about to start. It is still the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, Lab 14.0. As we bring the exhibition to a close, we would like to carry on with the closing ceremony. Please come up to the gallery level. Exhibitors, vendors, partners, we see you, we appreciate you. Please come up to the gallery level as we round up with the closing ceremony. We're pulling the curtain on Lab 14.0. Come up to the gallery level. Closing ceremony is about to start. You, all our members, all our partners, all our colleagues, all our friends. Come up to the gallery level as we're on this edition of Lab 14.0.
trendybeats.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come up to the gallery. Thank you very much. Vendors, exhibitors, please make your way up to the gallery. Students, architects, our friends, we appreciate you. Come up to the gallery. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for serenading us with such mastery of the trumpet. We appreciate you. Without wasting any more time, we are all witnesses to the frequent and unfortunate building collapse events that take place in our society, especially in Lagos. And we are all deeply concerned, and that's one of the major highlights of this event. And as we continue to seek ways to find a lasting solution to this problem, we've invited here the Building Collapse Prevention Guild to meet with us and have a small discussion with us on what their findings have been so far and to provide certain solutions on how we can curb this menace in our society. And to anchor this presentation, we have Estate Surveyor Allen Osegale and Builder Mubarak Gbajabiamila. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Mubarak Gbajabiamila. I'm a builder, and I'm the General Secretary of Building Collapse Prevention Guild, Lagos State Chapter. Let me also, before going deep into our presentation, appreciate the chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect David Majekodume, for keeping up with the value, and for the continuous encouragement and progress in ensuring that the built environment, the sanity in the built environment. We've met at different fora, and he's always a trailblazer when you talk about excellence. And we want to say congratulations to NIA Lagos. Lagos 14.0 is definitely an evolving, explaining to us that Lagos is definitely an evolving organism. Lagos is the capital of the world, if you ask me, because every day from findings, you have about 100 to 200 people comes into Lagos every day to seek for their daily needs. And when these people come to Lagos, they don't leave Lagos. They continue to add value to Lagos, and they take goodness from Lagos back to their various places of origin. I have also with us here the Executive Secretary of Building Collapse Prevention Guild. That's Mrs. Olasupo, right? You're most welcome. Thank you. And I also have my colleague, is the Research and Publicity Secretary, is ESV Allen Osagere. I think I'm correct. Then I have in our midst also the National PRO of Building Collapse Prevention Guild, the National. I know he's somewhere around. I've not seen him. All right, thank you, sir. Then we have in our midst also members of the tradesmen and artisans, in particular, the chairman of the Masonry Bricklayers Association in Lagos, or the president of Bricklayers Association in Lagos. That's Mr. Tai Dauda and other members. You are most welcome. Please stand up for recognition, sir. Thank you. And to all other Building Collapse Prevention Guild members here, can we please stand up for recognition? All right, thank you. So Building Collapse Prevention Guild, you can see BCPG is an acronym for Building Collapse Prevention Guild. Hello? Okay, Building Collapse Prevention Guild is an organization, is a non-profit making organization that has every member of the built environment professionals as members. So that means you have the architect, you have the builders, okay, thank you. So Building Collapse is made up of the entire 7 professionals in the built environment. You have the architect, you have the Nigerian Institute of Building, you have the Nigerian Society of Engineers, you have the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, the Institute of Estate Surveyors, like my colleague here is an estate surveyor, I'm a builder. You have members of the Nigerian Institute of County Surveyors and County Surveyors. I have members of Nigerian Institute of Surveyors. And yes, you mentioned that. And that what we do really, before getting to the advantages of BCPG, can you help me with this? Okay. Let me just take from. It's on, okay, thank you. So, like I said, so what we do is we have the combination of all these professionals. Building Collapse, so we have ourselves in cells. The cell, for example, when you say Ikoyi in the local government, at that cell, you have a combination of all professionals in that environment. And our responsibility is, number one, is to serve as a whistleblower to the government. We are non-governmental organizations. So that means we can only call the attentions of government regulatory agencies. When you talk about LAPSCA, you talk about LASPA, LASURA, and the rest of them. So when you see someone building in your environment, because we are in cells, we are expected to be someone that has an understanding on overview of the environment we're in. So for example, in Ikoyi, I'm expected to have an idea of every building ongoing under construction in that environment. And when you see something that is really going off, maybe for example, you have a building that they are doing and you as a professional, you've been able to identify that there's something wrong with this development. You can actually serve as a whistleblower to the government, report such building to the government that come and see what is happening in this place. And the government will be able to send in their own representative to come and check what is actually happening on that construction site. So for example, you see something that is wrong in an ongoing construction, something that is wrong as little as you have a construction going on in your environment and there's no project board. The last series of collapse that have been visited, they've realized that some of these developments are not being handled by professionals. And Building Collapse as an NGO have also gone a step further by also bringing on board these tradesmen and artisans. I'm sure some of us don't know that there is actually an association of bricklayers. So that means even within bricklayers, there are quacks. There's an association of plumbers. There's an association of carpenters, and there are association of steel benders. So, for example, even when there is something wrong in the design, or there is something wrong in the mix ratio, if you don't have the required knowledge as an artisan, when the professionals can't pick it, the artisans will not be able to pick it. And even if you have all your drawings properly sorted out, you have all your side processes properly sorted out, and the artisans or tradesmen that you brought in are quack, then there's a problem. Do we also know that those that we know that carries concrete, I'm sure a whole lot of us are aware of them, they have associations. So some instances, if you are also dealing with a quack, and they come from different parts of Lagos, Mushin and the rest of them, and you give the man a particular mix ratio, you've done the slurry test and the rest of it, and the person is not a professional. Those are the kind of concrete that you continue to cast till 3 a.m. in the morning. Then there will be rainfall. And before you know it, there will be an issue. Because you have a mix ratio that has been split out, and the man, because you turned your back, asks the gang to change the mix. How would you be able to? And those are the kind of concrete that when you take your cube for test and they pick a sample on the side, you realize that there are two different entities as well. So as BCPG, not only have we brought together all these professionals, we've also brought together tradesmen and artisans, registered tradesmen, and I just introduced to you the chairman of the Lagos State Chapters of Bricklayer Association. So that means if I engage him on my project, he dare not goes against my instruction, because he himself has clearly been educated that he must work with professionals. Gone are the days when somebody will want to do something and will call one baba something to come and take a brief. You give your brief to architects, the architect relates with the quantity surveyors and other professionals, including the builders. You have a proper setup for your building production management. So like I said, BCPG aim is to put an end to building collapse. I have been at the forefront of researching into the various causes of building collapse. So when you hear a collapse, you rush there to come and make findings and the rest of it. But we need to put an end to this menace. It's embarrassing. Every one of us knows that Lagos, with the land size and the rest of it, we cannot continue to dwell on putting up bungalow. And anytime you have a collapse, the integrity of every professional, whether you are an architect, you are a builder, you are a structural engineer, is tested, is compromised already, because even investors are not clear, they are not happy, they will not be willing to invest in. Who will want to invest 12-story now, a 12-story collapse, before you say Jack, a 7-story collapse, before you say Jack, and a 5-story collapse, do we want to just remain on bungalow? No. So at this point, we are encouraging every professional seated here, including students. For example, in the Lagos State Chapter ESCO, every of the professional body has a member in the Executive Council, the same way you have in the national body of the NGO. So you want to join us, for us, every one of us, to fight against this menace of building collapse that has stained, or that is, in fact, that has reduced the value of professionals in Nigeria, then you must align with BCPG. And the way to align with BCPG is, for example, in NIA now, there's a representative there. Architect Bola Arile that was here earlier is the PRO. And we can identify, so if you are an engineer, there's someone there. If you are a builder, there is somebody there. So please, we need you to identify with these professionals the same way Mr. Femi Falana said 2 days ago that we need to flush out the quack that has continued to perpetrate this, bring up this issue of collapse, so that we can have sanity in the built environment. And for all of us to enjoy that sanity, then you must join hands with BCPG to flush out the quack, so that we can have an environment that is safe for everybody. Like all of us know, if a doctor made a mistake, he's going to lose just one life. But when you have a bungalow, even a bungalow as small as it is, collapse, you are not certain that you would lose less than 2 or 3 lives. So please, we want to encourage every one of us to identify with BCPG through our various professional institutes. And as a student member of any of these institutes, you can also still identify with BCPG, and let's us all join us together to nip into the bud the menace of building collapse. I will allow ESP or Sogele to add a little so that we can allow you to enjoy the remaining part of the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gbajabiamila. He has said most of the things that we need to say. I want to tell ourselves here, we are all professionals. We have to do kind of, you know, in Nigeria, they are talking of community policing. I think the collapses we've had recently has now made we, the professionals, to become our own policemen. Let us police what is happening in our environment. When we see anything, let's say something. Don't shy away. The BCPG, like he has told you, is an NGO, a collection of all the professionals in the built environment. If you cannot access your professional body, we are available. And I think we have to start giving our numbers, and we have office at OPIC where you can reach us. I want to encourage us to become our own policing all the project that is going on in Lagos, because when we don't get engaged, we'll be out of job. When buildings continue to collapse, clients will start losing confidence in us, and they don't like to patronize us again. I will be complaining that, oh, maybe they are bringing in foreign professionals to handle construction work. That will be very embarrassing and denigrating on the integrity of professionals in the built environment in Nigeria. So everybody is encouraged to come on board and let us flush out this menace of building collapse. He forgot to mention that we also have the members of the LASPA and LAPSCA as members of BCPG. I think we are collaborating. But the problem we discovered that LAPSCA has is staffing. I heard when the chairman of NIA Lagos branch was saying that Lagos state government is, keen to the all the things that Lagos 14.0 LAF is bringing up. I think it is also to add that they should expand the number of professionals in those agencies, LAPSCA and LASPA, Lagos State Physical Planning Authority. The number of staff they have is too few for all the projects going on in Lagos or that goes on in Lagos at every particular point in time. So that's my little contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, my coordinator, the Lagos State chapter or the Lagos State for BCPG. Now, the outcome of this lab 14.0, because we are including it in our communique. I want the president of the Mason that is here to come here, please. And I'll tell you why. Please. Oyebamiji Tai Dauda. You see, you and I, you see, the truth is bitter. Everybody knows David Majakodumi. I like to hit the nail on the head. Yes, we started this PCPG 11 years ago. I'm one of the founding members. But we are still crawling. We're not there yet. Mr. Oyebamiji, you haven't done any work yet. Do you know how the Association of Organizers, how powerful they are? Do you know how powerful they are in Lagos? The Association of Organizers. You go to Victoria Island, they will charge you 800 naira just to inflate your tire or whatever. They will bring out a book and you see them wearing that overall coat, Association of Organizers. Now, the Yoruba, we say that the ant eating the leaves is inside that leaves. And I'm sending you to your body, that is the body of mason, the body of plumber, all the artisan. The building collapse that happened in Banana Island, we want to get in, they couldn't allow us to get in because like Falano said, Banana Republic. I was, myself and the vice chairman, we were in Apapa. We're not sick and tired of going to all these sites of building collapse. But can you imagine a site that has been marked more than 6 times? So for a site to have 6 marks, where is the architect Ololade? Yes, there is the chairman of student affairs, but he works with LAPSCA. And when a site is marked, there are 4 types of notices. Stop work notice, contravention, demolition, stop work, and seal up. Now, for a site to have got 6 marks, and you find out the bricklayer are still working in that. So BCPG, this is something to take up. Tell every mason, when the government comes and have marked a building, tell your clients, sorry, you are not helping situation. Because it shows that client hasn't got the approval. Not only that, it shows that the clients that engage you as a mason, engage you as a plumber, engage you as an electrician, hasn't got all the requirements. I lost an electrician that I know very well, who has worked with my client in the building collapse that happened in Yaba. Sunday, whatever. I met him with a client. He's quite good. But as God, may the Lord, may he so rest in peace. But I felt so bad. But if the artisan are very strong and you see the mark, tell Oga, ìjọba ti fa igile le ba yin ṣiṣẹ́ owó nídìí. That is, there's a reason why the government has marked it and work out. It's not the end of the world. The same thing with us, the professionals. Now, you're talking, the government is outsourcing now. We've been in this game since 2008. We're domesticating national building code. I've presented paper with BCPG, different BCPG cell, national, name it. But we just like talking. No action. So I'm sending you back, sir. to all the artisans, let your association be as strong as the association of the organizer. So that when you go to Yaba, you go anywhere. Sir, the government approval is not here. Sir, the signage is not here. Don't think of the money. God will always provide a job. And that's why they will take you serious that, yes, you cannot continue to work with us because you know what the law says. Now, Falana has said it. The NIA Lagos State chapter is the new sheriff. He will do it pro bono. We go all the length to prosecute the artisan. And I'm telling you the part of the weakness of the artisan now. So if you continue to work where the government has put a notice, because the government has said, stop. And it means stop. Likewise, the professionals, when the government says stop, they don't have enough capacity. You work with David Majakodumi, who has a pilot, who has about 5 or 6 policemen. It's not the end of the world. Report. And this is what happened with the government officials. They point gun. Jide Olalade can come over and tell his experience. I've witnessed one where he had to go and mark a building. An authority, they said, remove that cloth and wipe off that thing now. So you can imagine the threat. But if we professionals don't talk, and if you, the artisan that we work together, you don't talk, it will be a failure. Let the truth be known. So please, PRO, that's the national PRO of BCPG, Architect Bauer. So he's not here just as an architect, he's the PRO, but I'm sending you back on behalf of Lagos State Chapter. We haven't done enough, and we have to continue. Thank you very much, everyone. Round of applause for them, please. And this is coming in our communique, which we are passing on to the government. So act. Thank you. My MC, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. It is still the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, LAF 14.0. We'll quickly move into the closing ceremony, and we'll start off with our housekeeping and to welcome some of our guests once again before we carry on.
Just a quick recognition. I have Engineer Adekunle Adebanjo, a past president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, a civil engineer, if I'm right. And not only that, the principal of OVROP. Please stand up for recognition, sir. He's been actually following us via Zoom. And Ismail Gon, we've been childhood friend for so many years, but Ismail Gon, and thank you for your support always, sir. Thank you very much. Sorry, we want all the vendors, all the exhibitors. Hello? Hello? We want all the vendors, the exhibitors, everyone up, because we're giving award to exhibitors, to the students, and to most of the participants, those who have contributed so much to the success of LAF 14.0. Thank you.
As we start and winding down the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, we'd like to kick off with recognizing our colleagues, and our esteemed guests. First of all, on the roll call for this afternoon, I would like us to warmly welcome and recognize the President, Nigerian Institute of Architects, our #1 man, President Architect Eni Benebo, FNIA. You're welcome, sir. Would also like to warmly welcome and recognize the second Vice President, Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect Sani Saulawa, FNIA. You're welcome, sir. We would like to also warmly recognize and welcome Architect Moses Aja, FNIA. He's the ex-officio Nigerian Institute of Architects. You're welcome, sir. We would also like to recognize our guests who have come from far and wide. Architect John Bauer, all the way from Niger State. He's the General Secretary. You're welcome, sir. We would also like to recognize and welcome Architect Fakolade. He's the HOD, Department of Architecture, Anchor University. You're welcome, sir. Moving on.
We will recognize the presence of Architect Professor Evelyn Lami Alu Kangu, FNIA. Thank you very much, ma'am. Chairman of the day, thank you very much. She is the Chairman, Board of Architectural Education, NIA BAE. Thank you very much, madam. Once again, recognize Engineer Adekunle Adebanjo. Thank you very much for your presence, sir. Have our last products presentation by Custom Wall. Custom Wall.
Okay, I'm told that it is Inventecture that is presenting. So please, Inventecture. You're welcome. Please, a round of applause as Inventecture comes up. They are actually also one of our partners, and they have consistently partnered with the Lagos Architects Forum over the last couple of years. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. My name is Oluwatoyin Olatunji Daniel, and I'm a proud Aki wife. In 2010, my business partner and husband, architect Akin Olatunji Daniel, came together and started this company called Inventecture. Can everybody hear me? Okay. So he decided that the traditional line of architecture was really nice, but there was delayed gratification. So because architecture is a gift that keeps giving, and I particularly love this year's theme that spoke about an evolving organism. With architecture, there are numerous fringe markets that you can actually diversify into. So Inventecture is an uber creative Aki events company birthed out of a desire to create and execute outstanding event design, sets, stages, and other creative constructions that enhances events, interior ambience, and other projects. Made of creative eggheads, architects, project managers, creative designers, and contractors. Inventecture has, for now almost 13 years, built a reputation for imaginative designs unique to every brief. I mean, Inventecture is that company that if you want to build anything in Nigeria that you think is impossible, we got you, and we're going to build from scratch up. Right now we have about 7 architects who work for us. We create designs that tells your brand stories and make dreams come true by creating happiness using the tenets of design and experiential marketing fused into one. Our event ranges from corporate to social experiences with a look and feel of special effects like laser and projection mapping, drone mapping, creative lighting with theme props that relate to both clients and their events. And all of this are locally sourced, locally designed by our multi-talented architects and graphic designers and with an international standard. So what we do event design and branding, sets and stages, props, exhibitions, and trade shows. I think we should move on to the slide where it shows like stuff that we have done in the past. So we create stuff like this for GT Bank, year in, year out. We build different beautiful stuff. I'm sure a lot of people just think that architecture is about building houses. There's so much more to being an architect, so very much more. Move. So we do stuff like this for fair money. You know the Louvre in Paris. So a client once asked us that they wanted a replica of the Louvre for some events in their house. So the architectural prowess and design enabled us to come up with something just as beautiful as you being in Paris. So this for Hennessy, artistry for the past 5 years, recurring clients. A couple of days back, I had the opportunity of speaking to some architectural students where I told them that one of the best ways to preserve the knowledge and the vision of architecture is to pass down wisdom, like from generation to generation. That is how we preserve the tenets and values and concepts of such a great part of our identity. So we have come up with, so many more designs. So we have come up with a situation where we have created a platform that young architects and designers can come intern at ours at the Eventecture Place, paid internship, where we'll teach them about integrity, diligence, creativity, and just form their personas to prepare them for the world out there, whether they want to go into mainstream architecture or they want to do delayed, they want to do immediate stuff like semi-permanent fixtures, like sets, stages, exhibition booths, and others. Yes, so this is something we built called the Niger Village. We built it for our past president, whose youngest child was getting married in 2017. It took us about 4 weeks because this place is the size of 2 football fields. And we were given the creative freedom of like interpreting our dreams to the highest form possible. So this edifice here represented the Nigerian dream. You know, we had stuff from Kano, stuff from the East, stuff from the West, just fused together to create the Niger Village. We also work for the big companies like Moet and Shandong and many, many others. So this is what I'll be presenting. And because giving back is an integral part of our organization, we love to give back. I mean, my partner was once is an architect and a student, alumni of Unilag. We think there's no greater joy than for us to give back to the Nigerian Institute of Architects. So in the past 3 years, we have consciously and we have been we're partners with the NIA, and we want to do so much more for young architects to prepare them for the world so that they can know that we are not just throwing you into the sea to get things done, but we want to prepare you, we want to train you, and then we're going to pay you for this internship period so that you know that we're serious about your dreams as much as you are. So thank you. And okay, yes. So we also had some young architects take part in a competition, student competition. Like we said, we're so strong on giving back. I mean, you always have to remember where you're coming from. So it's important that we give back because some people poured into us knowledge, experiential, by showing us things and by teaching us things. So this year, we had a student competition that we said that they should build walls, and they did such an amazing job. Fast. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, what she's trying to say is that their company, Custom Walls, is the sponsor for the student charity. I announced that at the opening ceremony, and today we'll be determining the winners. The competition has been on since Wednesday. The deadline was yesterday night, 10 p.m. We have different submissions, and the winner today will be going home with Jide, how much? 150,000, and with an internship and a brand new laptop from the chairman Student Affairs Committee. That's from the laptop is from the chairman Student Affairs Committee. Also with that, the person will be going on an internship in Custom Walls, all paid for 6 months. The second prize will be 100,000 with a 6-month internship, and that's it. And the third prize will be 50,000 and a 6-month internship, also all fully paid for 6 months. Thank you. You done?
Okay, so I just want to say thank you for everyone who has come here, especially for the students. I just want you to know that the future is so enormously bright. Like I said, architecture is a gift that keeps giving, because I personally know that I live with an architect, and we have series of companies that has come out from his knowledge of architecture. We build set stage, we do, there are things that people go abroad to import into Nigeria. We're exporting them. The parent company, the Eventecture Group, has Custom Walls, where we make custom wallpapers, has Eventecture that does events, has Display Square. All of these companies were etched out of architecture. So if you sit with it, it's a gift that keeps giving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. And just to inform the house, that partner is her husband. She mentioned already. Okay.
It is still the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, Lab 14.0. We'll be taking the next set of presentations for the student competitions. Remember, we said there were 2 sets of competitions. One was the Student Share and the other was Renderthon. Renderthon started about 3 weeks before the Lagos Architects Forum. So we would invite Custom Walls to come up and give a brief. Okay, no, we'll take Renderthon. We'll take Renderthon. So Rogue Studios were our partners for the Renderthon competition, and they would come and give us a brief and tell us the journey of how the Renderthon competition went. Please welcome Rogue Studios.
Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon. So the Renderthon was founded last year in a bid to grow or strengthen the 3D artist community in Nigeria. We at Rogue Studios, we're a 3D visualization company, and we feel like we can, beyond just handling our projects, we wanted to also work with the community, the architecture community and the students as well, as a way of basically just giving back and helping to grow the community around us. We had the first and second Renderthons last year. and edition Renderthon 3.0, which is this year, we did in partnership with the Nigerian Institute of Architects. Today we'll be announcing the winners. I'll just take us briefly through the brief and the whole process. Because this was in partnership with the Nigerian Institute of Architects Lagos State chapter, we decided it's usually a rendering competition, but we decided to infuse some architecture into it. And next slide, please. And so the brief was centered around okay, thank you. The brief was centered around a redesign or a facelift of a monumental or an iconic building in Lagos State, which is the National Theatre Igomu. So the brief was sent out. The task was to redesign basically textures, finishes, emblems, etc., the exterior and site layout of the building. The competition was basically aiming to expose the contestants' architectural abilities, understanding of materials, and visualization prowess. We had the final grading session. So it's such that we have the grading sessions live, aired live with our panel of judges, and then we have the winners decided, and then we're announcing them here today. The deliverables were supposed to be 1 or 2 high-resolution renders, a site plan, and then a screenshot of their viewports, basically showing proof of visualization. Prizes are: first place winner takes home 250,000 naira. Second place takes home 150,000 naira, and third place winner takes home 100,000 naira. And a laptop to the first prize. So along the way, and this is the beauty of what we're doing, it is evident that every stakeholder in the industry wants to see the community grow. And during the grading session, where we had our judges, the spearhead of the panel in the person of architect Adeyemo Shokunbi, sir, can you please? He was the spearhead of the panel, and if you don't mind, sir. And he also offered to add 150,000 naira to the prize pool, as well as the laptop that has just been added by the NIA. Thank you all very much. So you'll be coming up later to give us an address. But it just goes to show the interest that the community is or has in growing the rest of the community. So these are the prizes. So this is now updated to 300,000 naira for the first place winner and a laptop, 200,000 naira for the second place winner, and 150,000 naira for the third place winner, along with branded Rogue merchandise for all of the finalists, because we shortlisted a couple of finalists for the grading session. These are the judges. To the left, we have Harry Akpata, Chief Technology Officer of Rogue Studios, and Olamide Shudayinde, Creative Director of Rogue Studios, and architect Adeyemo himself. Well, going on to the finalists, we had Anthony Oyebode and Ayomide Faji. They made the finals list. So we have a whole breakdown of the whole session live on our YouTube, or on our YouTube. If you've missed that, please go on and watch it. We won't be going into all the details right here. We had Bola Ajayi Kofo. We had Emmanuel Ogundiran. We had Emmanuel Omelogu. We have Folarin Isaac and Paul Joel Akpunku. On the session, we did not reveal the winners. We just talked through, and the architects gave their opinions on the designs, and then the grading went on to be had. The winners list is out, and the basis for judgment was architecture, cultural signature, photorealism, overall presentation, and overall image appeal, all which summed up to 100 points. In 6th place, we had Emmanuel Ogundiran. If you're here, can you please just indicate? Yeah, please come forward. If you participated in the Renderthon, please come forward, because we have packages for every single person who participated. In 5th place, we had Folarin Isaac. Are you here? In 4th place, we had Bola Ajayi Kofo. Please come forward. Come forward. Can we have the packages? Yeah. In 3rd place, we had Emmanuel Omelogu. Come forward, please. And in 2nd place, we had Anthony Oyebode. Anthony Oyebode was in partnership with Ayomide Faji, I think. It was a collaboration. And then in first place, we have Paul Joel Akunku. Paul Joel has won more than one rendathon in his time. I think he was also a winner on the first one. Please come forward. The full breakdown is on our YouTube channel, and would implore everyone to please go see it. We broke down all of the submissions, talked through their side plans. The judges gave their opinions on what they felt, was good and what wasn't. Before we go into our actual award presentation, I'd like to say that because this task was, I wouldn't say tough, but it felt like the timing was not very good for the students because there was a lot of schoolwork and all of that. So we want to appreciate everyone who actually participated in this. So if you did participate but did not make the finals list, I'd like to please stand up and join them here as well. We have packages for every person who participated, and we'll be giving out those packages first. We also have certificates of participation signed by the NIA and by Rogue Studios. And then we have the winner, the prizes for the winners. All right. Before we move on, I'd like to have a quick address please, we would like to have you if you do not mind. Just very short. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I always get caught off guard when I'm asked to come and speak on. I hope I'm going to be like our president one day, be able to sort of like face the world and speak from their mind or from their heart. But really, I don't know why I was actually invited to come and be a judge or part of the jury of this competition, because I don't really do renderings, or I'm not really a big fan of it. But nonetheless, when you're called to partake or participate, you have to sort of like, put your best foot forward. Always ready, yes. But yeah, I mean, what happened was, we all know how iconic this building is, and the brief basically broke down what the expectations were. Am I going on for too long? Okay, so the brief basically broke down what the expectations were, or what they require, what was required of the participants. The only thing that I was not terribly impressed, and I'm sorry that I'm starting with this part, because you all did well, because you took part in this. But the thing was, like, from an architectural point of view, I felt that there were some things that were missing, because the question that I asked Chidi was, did they create the model, or did they visit the site and all that? And, for people that actually partake in rendering, I've always seen that it's all about the look, the image, the detail is sometimes missing, and I felt that there were some entries that missed out on that. Go back to that one there, for example. This one here, in as much as, because this is a rendering competition, the guy did exceedingly well. We loved it. It was amazing, and he was able to capture the essence. But there were some architectural aspects of the building that were missing that I felt, could have been done better. But nonetheless, I think for partaking in the competition, and because everything that's actually important was, I guess, showcase, and that is the time that it takes to do these things, so I commend you guys. I applaud you that you took the time out of your whatever schedule it is to come up with something that we could actually speak on. So well done to you guys, and keep it up. The only thing that I would like you to pay attention to is, when it comes to the detail, I mean, this guy was the one that we looked at and thought, well, there was something about it that reminded us of the building, because I think there was a time that we put the building side by side with the real building, and we could see that, this guy had done exceedingly well, and this one as well. But keep up the work, but also just always remember that there's more to rendering than meets the eye. So look for the detail, try and incorporate that into the work, and the world is your oysters. Because if you do exceedingly well here, you become a member of Rogue Studios. So thank you very much. I think I've gone on for too long.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Without further ado, we're going to have the participants. We just have packages for all participants, and then we give certificates to the winners. But For the certificate presentation, I would like Architect David, if he's around, to help us with that presentation. That's not happening right away. We'll just give out the packages first, but please, if you can, would like to have him as well. Thank you very much. So please come forward. Thank you all very much. Can I have the packages, please? Just come forward, come forward, come forward. We'd like to get the pictures together as well. Yeah, just space it out. These are the names available, right? Thank you. There are names attached to them. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes, and these are just packages. The awards are still there. Yes. Okay. Okay, fantastic. Okay. We'll be having the award presentation done by the president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects in the person of architect Enyi Ben Ebo. Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. I think before the presentations, I'll just want to add a word or two to first and foremost thank Rogue Studios for putting this together, and to also commend the efforts of all those who participated in this, should I call it competition? However, let me just sound a note of caution. I know the craze these days is for our young students of architecture to, even before somebody tells you, can you design a 1-bedroom flat for me? A 3D is already up. And I see a lot of things on Facebook where people put up all manner of things they call 3D and begin to market themselves as architects. So what I would advise is that, yes, this is a very important tool in presenting, but to a trained eye, like he observed, there are lots of details that a trained eye will be able to say, oh, this is not what it should be. So I would say that this is an important skill which you can also use as a student to make some money for yourself, because I'm sure a lot of architects would approach, particularly the first 3 winners, that please, can you quickly do something for me? And whatever it is, make sure you take your studies to the fullest. Make sure you become a fully registered architect. That is when this will now be complementary to the knowledge. It's not as if you could become an architect and concentrate on this aspect of architecture and make your money doing this. But when you are a fully registered architect and you are doing this, it would add value to your architecture. So on that note, where are the prizes?
In third place, we have.
Okay.
In third place, we have.
All right. Who is the third place winner? Emmanuel Omelogo. Are you the one? Okay. All right. So on behalf of Rogue Studios and the Lagos State chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, I present this to you for your excellence in the competition that was put before you, for having come third. And I know that maybe in the next edition, you come first, you displace those who are second and first. So congratulations, and please keep it up.
Thank you very much. Your name is your
All right, thank you. You can just.
In second place.
Okay, second place is the duo of Oyebode Anthony and Ayomide Faji. Where are they? So you are representing your partner. So again, like I mentioned to the other winner, that I want to congratulate you on behalf of Rogue Studios and the Lagos State chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. And like I said earlier, I want to see you graduate. I guess you're still a student. Okay, I want to see you graduate. I want to see you at one of the PPE exams. And I want to see you as a registered architect. And I also want to see you do exploits after all of this has been achieved. So you've come second with your partner, and I look forward to you becoming first at the next edition. So congratulations.
I think yes, I will. I will now, and I will.
All right.
First place.
Okay, for the first place, Paul Joel. Is it Okpong? What's the surname?
Apunku.
Apunku. Okay. Congratulations. I know it's been a lot of hard work, and for you to be singled out amongst your contemporaries for this award, it means you've really done quite a bit. Like I said to the others, I don't want you to see this as an end in itself, but a means to an end. And you can always specialize in this aspect of architecture and do a lot of illustrations for people who are going into competitions and all of that. So congratulations. And I told the others that they should try and displace you. But I also want to tell you not to allow them displace you. So at the next edition, they may be jealous, but please trash them again. So congratulations. And on behalf of Rogue Studios and the Lagos State chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, I present this award for you for coming first in the Rendathon 3.0. So congratulations.
So let's do the presentation then. Do you want to?
This is courtesy of Zynox. You've done very well, Paul. And you have a laptop to go along with your prize, apart from the monetary and the certificate. The chapter is so proud of you. And you go places, and you'll be greater than every one of us. I remember when I was a student, the best award I get is a set of rotary pen. And he can say, because
those were more expensive than this one.
So, and for you to have a laptop also to your prizes, we wish you and congratulations once more.
No, just go right like that.
And a round of applause for the chairman of Student Affairs. Now, he's been going places, getting so many student prizes, and I give it to him. Jide, you're doing very good. Yes, all the winners, join us.
Yes, please have your prizes displayed. All the winners come together, and the finalists as well.
No, let them sit there. Let the that's it. No.
Join us. Join us.
Please come. Ladies in the middle. Ladies in the middle. Ladies in the middle.
Thank you all very much. Thank you so much. All contestants and finalists, please go down to the booth. There are certificates of participation for you as well as packages. Thank you all very much. If you've participated in any rendathon prior to this, please see us in the booth downstairs as well. We have something for you. Thank you very much. Thank you, NIA. And thank you all for being here.
Before you go, Chidi, I want to just, on behalf of the chairman, the president, and the chairman of the Nigerian Architects Lagos State Chapter, and every executive council member seated here, say thank you very much for this noble gesture. We are grateful, and we pray that Rogue Studios will attain greater heights. This is just the beginning of our relationship, as I told you. We'll do more. We expect you to do more. And I continue to give back to the profession that has made us what we are. Thank you, and see you next year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is still the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, Lab 14.0. Very quickly, we'll move on to the next set of awards. The student shari was in partnership with Eventecture. So Eventecture is going to take us through the awards and the presentations.
So as earlier said, Custom Walls, a subsidiary of Eventecture Group of Companies, is sponsoring this year's student charity. And when I asked them, what do you want the students to do? They say, we just want them to design walls. That's what we want, design walls. It sounded weird to me. So it was a bit difficult, you know, coming up with a brief to the students, knowing that they are all across from 100 level, different levels, and experience, you know. So we gathered them together, myself and my good friend, the chairman, Student Affairs Committee of the NIA, and tried to explain to them what the sponsors would like to see. Basically, I told them, design any wall. It can be a long wall. It can be a 90 degrees angle wall. It can be a top and a ceiling and one wall. Just come up with anything that you like, and let's see how that limitation can be used to open your creativity. They did submit, and the judges were internally sourced from Custom Walls because they have a group of architects that work with them. They looked at it and they came up with these 3 results. And as we said, the winners will go, the first will go with 150,000, and the second will go with 100,000. The third will go with 50,000. But before we do that, I know somebody might be willing to add something to it, you know. Yes, and the 3 of them will have 6 months paid internship. 6 month paid internship. So, Mr. Chairman, should we go ahead and present, or should we wait? Okay, we'll go ahead. All right.
So because at Eventecture, everybody shines. Because most times when people talk to entrepreneurs or solopreneurs, the founders tend to be the one who have the spotlight on them. But at Eventecture, everyone shines, from the security guards to the cleaners. So today, our head of design will be doing us the honors, because he has been with us for quite a while and he has laboriously, loyally, and diligently served us. He took time out to check out who the winners are. And so Mr. Ifeanyi will be doing us the honors of presenting this award today. Sir.
So as Tony was giving a remark. No, Tony, you can't go, please. You have to be here to witness the presentation. Somebody is also adding to support the Eventecture Group and Custom Walls a sum of 150,000. So our cash gift has increased from 150 to 200 for the first, and the second 150, and the third 100,000, along with the 6-month free paid internship and the laptop for the first, for the winner of the number 1. Okay, so
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So the second runner-up is, we'll be calling Mr. Oyebode Anthony.
Round of applause. Oyebode Anthony. Univa, let's do that mic, please.
Let Evelyn join. Let me see if I can.
Okay, what position is this?
This is second runner.
What position were you in the other one? Second. So you slipped one space down. You're not very used to walls.
2006 trading.
Okay. Anyway, they say those who win just keep winning. I thought you would have left it to the others who didn't win the other one. Anyway, congratulations. It means you are a total package, a creative person. Whichever sphere of creation it is, you are standing out and doing well. So on behalf of Eventecture and of course the Lagos chapter of the Institute, I present to you this certificate for coming third. And it also opens doors for you to be an intern at Eventecture for 6 months. And I hope by the time you are coming out of there, you would have left your mark at Eventecture, that they'll be looking for you. So congratulations.
Stay back. Stay back.
So we're going to be calling Mr. Emmanuel Okomehe for
Emmanuel Okomehe.
So he's the second, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Akomehe, Emmanuel, congratulations. I'm glad to see a new face. I was already it was getting too monotonous seeing the same faces, but I'm glad I'm seeing another face. It just goes to show that your strength is in designing walls. And I hope you would take design of walls to another level. So on behalf of Eventecture and of course, the Lagos chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. I congratulate you for coming second at this competition. And I want to see you get involved in as many competitions as there would be in the institute. You never can tell which one will land you that big scholarship to go somewhere and read something. So congratulations.
The winner. And the winner is Israel Okon. Israel Okon.
He's gone, yes, he had to go for it. Any lecturer or student? It's also late. Because of you. Yes. I'll pick it up on. So, are you adding the laptop? Yes. Yeah. Get out of that.
All right. When they are taking the photographs, they will say that this is not the real person. Right? So this is to Israel Okon for coming first in the event lecture competition. And I think it's gratifying to know that the Lagos State chapter is seeking partners to see how they can begin to get the attention of the students into excelling in competitions. Sometimes as students, you don't know the potentials you have within you until you participate in some of these competitions and discover that you have so much within you that you have to offer. I'm sure that what this competition you just embarked on may not be one of these run-of-the-mill things you do in school. And, being able to come out with something in an area that is not peculiarly what you learned in school is something that is worth commending. So, Event Lecture, I want to thank you for supporting our students and for all you've been doing and you continue to do. And for the winners, I also want to commend you for participating. So on behalf of Event Lecture and the Lagos State Chapter of the Institute, I present this to you, Israel Okon. You just hold it for coming first. Okay. And the laptop here is courtesy Student Affairs Committee of the Institute. And this is because this has to do with students, and this is their way of saying thank you for participating, and to also encourage other students who are either here physically or watching this online to know that it's not just a waste of your time, that you can actually get something that will be of value to you when you participate in this competition. So congratulations.
No, let's.
Oh yeah, cameraman. All right. So you can come here. And I also want to make a comment. All the prizes that have been won here today have been won by guys.
So I don't want this to repeat itself next year. Encourage our female counterparts to be part of this. No, there's no, if they compete on equal grounds, I'm sure there will be one or two of them that will win.
Tony, please wait. I just want to thank you. Please take our message back to your team and your crew. On behalf of the president and the chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos State Chapter, I want to thank you for your support. I want to thank you for deeming it fit to give back, to the generation coming behind us. And we pray that the Eventecture Group will continue to go places, both locally and internationally. We thank you and we wish you all the best. We're looking forward to seeing you next year. Thank you very much.
It is still the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, Lab 14.0. A reminder, please, tomorrow is the tour. And guess what? We'll be touring the National Arts Theatre. Please, you can join the bus either here at a hotel for 8 a.m. Otherwise, if you are probably on the mainland, you can join us at the sites. We have already asked for access from the architects on the projects. That was architect Ade Laoye, who was here on Wednesday. He's the architect on the project, and we've gotten access. So please, if you're interested in going for the tour, please make sure you drop your names at the secretariat table. So we'll just basically know to prepare logistics for everyone that would be coming with us. Right, as we come towards the end of the program, we would like to invite architect Femi Lawal. He's our chair of Student Affairs. He will be reading the communique. He was also the team lead for the rapporteurs for the Lagos Architects Forum 2023. Please give a round of applause as we welcome architect Femi Lawal.
Yes, we have done it again. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. This is our 14th time doing this, and then to God be the glory. This is just a brief of the communique of what has happened in the last 3-4 days. The Lagos Architect Forum 14.0 took effect from the 2nd of May, 2023. And the theme for this year was Lagos and Evolution of Organisms. The event has been as it used to be. We had the opening, which came up on Wednesday, 3rd of May, of which we had the chairman of the Lagos State Chapter addressing members and the public of those who attended this occasion. We are introduced the theme for the day, followed closely by the address by the president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects National Chapter. National, that is in the person, ably delivered by architect Mobolaji Adeniyi, ably representing the president, architect Enyi Benebo FNIA, where he expressed the fact that Lagos Architects Forum has come to stay, and then is going to be talking about taking us forward to evolve Lagos into the reality it ought to be. Follow closely after that, we had keynote speeches. We had two numbers of keynote speeches. One led by the first one was led by was presented by Barrister Falana, Femi Falana, SAN,
where he spoke about the fact that architects need to take charge of the built environment. And then we need to also make sure that those responsible for the said collapse of buildings are brought to book. He also encouraged architects to take charge of their profession, to be jealous like it's used to be in the profession of the law, where nobody comes up to present him or herself as an architect, as a lawyer, without losing it out immediately. He ended his address by telling us that his firm is willing to give his service towards the prosecution of those who are non-architects, who are parading themselves as architects. His firm is willing to give his service to the architect's body pro bono, and that we should also use the Architects Registration Act as our tool of empowering ourselves so that we take charge of our situation. Follow closely after that, we had the scientific forum led by, we had 4 scientific forums. The first one was led by architect, chaired by architect Sani Saula, our second vice president of Nigeria Institute of Architects. The leader in the team of discussion was architect Adela Oye, where he also told us, he reminded us about the growth of Lagos from the last 60 years. It took us through the scheme of Lagos Ab Initio from the central Lagos to where it has diverged itself into what it is today. And he also made it known to us that we have positives in the fact that Lagos is growing in number, but we need to be careful and ensure that we get the positive, not the negativity of this growth in population. The second scientific forum, under the first scientific forum, lecture 1 was that of architect Adela Oye. The second lecture was that of Kunmi Agbaje. He introduced Lagos as a port city, a collection of islands, stating that a lot of economic activities centered around ports cities, and the challenges and the issues usually faced by such cities includes raising sea level and adverse effect on the coastal towns. Waterways transportation is always a plus only if well managed. He provides some solutions to these problems as highlighted above. He also advised that harmonizing the Lagos of city waterways will be beneficial to every inhabitant of Lagos. We should also see how we can enhance harmonization of the water bodies with the land issues. And then he also said we should also be thinking of coming up with amphibious buildings such that those who are naturally habitats of the water areas feel belong to the system. We also need to adapt our structures to seasonal floodings by improving our wetlands and as an ecosystem of a plus to the situation. We should also make sure that we interwove the 3 nodals of transportation. Citing Ikoyi floodgates as an example, drainage and control of stormwater and flooding. Indigenous boat buildings and other such magnificent ideologies are also encouraged. The second scientific forum transformed from that was led and chaired by architect Lanre Olushola, AIA, FNIA also. The keynote speaker at this point was QS Michael Shonubi, president of Nigeria Institute of QS. He spoke about the city of Lagos as being an evolution that should be something that is better than what it is, but the reverse is the case as being experienced in Lagos. He also made mention of buildings not having architectural input or experienced professionals, which would eventually lead to building collapse in most cases. He also stated that the professional bodies in built industry should be united as one and also see ourselves as a family, and the fact that we're working for the betterment of the lots, not just because we are professionals. We should see ourselves as those who take care and take charge of the environment for the betterment of all. Lecture 2 under Scientific Forum 2 was delivered by Dr. Chima Ayanso. He recognized the key positions of architects in the real estate industry. The impact of these must also be seen as a great multiplier, effect, and that real estate development have a front row in the evolving nature of Lagos as an organism. Recommendations from him includes to reduce and completely eliminate shoddy real estate development across the state. Construction industry professionals need to also take a front row in real estate development industry. And that's by that to reduce the effect of those who are just the money bags, but who do not have the background and training to be in the real estate industry. Professionals, like I said, should also collaborate and create joint ventures such that the activities of the real estate industry and the construction industry can become more robust, and then we take charge of what belongs to us, particularly in terms of the volume and quantum of economic activities that goes around the construction industry. Lecture 4 by architect Femi Adewale, FNIA, spoke about the growth of Lagos as an evolving organism and the role of architects in Lagos evolving as an organism. He also urged architects not to take a back seat in the revolution of Lagos as an entity. He mentioned that population doubles every 30 years and that no new land is being created. Therefore, architects and those of us in the built industry should see ourselves as those who need to manage limited resources. We should also see that we are here as those as architects and all others in the built industry as those who are to handle the challenges associated with destiny, equality, and demography. Thoughtful leadership are also vital, and then we should also see ourselves as those who will create leadership by example, particularly for those who are willing to come into this profession, who are the younger ones. Lecture 5 by architect Toluba Waala spoke about the factors that make Lagos a vibrant city, which includes population, industrial development, real estate development, governance, economic activities, and the rest. Scientific Forum 4, led by Laolu Alabi, he spoke about the evolution of organism which occurs through changes in what is called habitable traits. It also occurs as a responsible to the problems and challenges of the environment. Evolution of culture is a thing that cannot be divulged from the system and the livability of the people who live within such spaces. So, as architects and those who are in the built-in industry, we should see ourselves as those who will face the challenges of rising cost of commodities, which includes rising cost of lands because of the fact that land is limited. We should see how we encourage and make sure that these fixed assets are well managed with the training and the background we have had. Lecture 7 from Kolade Peters spoke about traffic system engineering. And he also mentioned that it is very, very germane for Lagos as an evolving organism to ensure that with such a population of over 20 million, Lagos becomes a place where nobody should see Lagos as an entity that can be toiled around with. Lagos should be seen as a state that could propel prosperity and not a state that will put forward the act of being poor. Lagosians have no business being poor if all the facilities and the things we have in Lagos are well managed. At this point, Lagos State government was brought into the picture where Lagos State government needs to do more than what Lagos State is doing as we speak. The issue of having some of these issues of accidents that are avoidable, like the recent train vehicular jam that happened the last time. Lagos State, as the governing body, should see itself and rise to the occasion as it demands, because guiding and ruling the city of Lagos should be seen as a business not to be toyed with. Lecture 8, mass timber construction. Mass timber construction is expected to be seen as a symbolic act of making things move forward. This is a thing that we must see as one of the things that leads to the future of a viable Africa. And construction has a lot more value to the resources instead of cutting down trees for charcoal, firewood, and even to the extent furnitures. So we need to ensure that the forests in Nigeria are monitored so as not to lose a good resource. We need to meet housing deficiency. So why not we build the houses in a more sustainable way, so that by the time we move forward and we are compared with other countries like Zambia in Tanzania, we will be seen not to be doing too badly. Sorry. We had goodwill messages from the AIA. We had goodwill messages from Architect Majoro. We also had goodwill message from Olu of Warri. And then we had product presentations from our partners and our sponsors. Before I close my presentation of the communique, I need to inform you that by virtue of the grace of God, we are bringing this to a close, and I'm bringing forth to you that the next Architects Lab Forum will come up on May 8th to 11th, 2024. Thank you, and God bless. And that is Lagos 15.0 heralded. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As we wind down the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, Lab 14.0, we'll be moving on to the awards to our partners and our speakers for today and our chairman of sessions. To give the first set of awards, I would like to call on our PNIA architect, Eni Benebo, to present the first set of awards. So the first person we would like to call up, or rather the first partner I would like to call up is Royal Ceramics. Are they here? And if we call your name and you're not here, we'll move on to the next. So please, if you're already here, just hold on. Once we get your name, just come up to the stage. We'll also have an award for Custom Walls. They are our Corinthian partners. Please come up. We appreciate you. Please, a round of applause to Custom Walls.
Well, Custom Walls, you guys have been up here under different names. So now you've come as Custom Walls. On behalf of the Lagos State chapter of the Institute, I present this award to Custom Walls for being a Corinthian partner at Lagos Architects Forum 2023. And we also want to appeal to you that Lagos 15.0, you would also be a Corinthian partner of the Lagos State chapter. So congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Next on our list are Doric partners. Please give a round of applause to Ceramco Trading Limited. Are they here? You're welcome. Please a round of applause for them.
Ceramco, I've not heard this name before. Okay, okay, you are just at the entrance there. Okay. So, well, you are playing in a very competitive environment, and I'm glad you have made yourself visible at the Lagos Architects Forum, and people will begin to add you to the list of tile manufacturers who are locally based, I guess. You're okay. And we want to see more of local initiatives in building materials, manufacture and distribution. So on behalf of the Lagos State chapter of the Institute, I present this award to you for participating as a Doric partner at LAF 14.0. And I hope that you will step up your game at the next LAF, and we will see you again. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, we would like to invite, as one of our partners to celebrate, Robert Bosch. A round of applause for them, please.
Well, Bosch is a household name. In fact, when we were little children, we used to hear of Bosch. And you guys are still around in mainly in the power tools sector. And you've always maintained quality. So you guys are known for quality. And I know you continue to maintain that name and that quality as well. In this age where there's so much imitation, I've not seen so much imitation of your products in the market, but you have competition from all over the place. But those who know good quality will always come to you. So on behalf of the Lagos State chapter of the Institute, I want to present this award to you as a Doric partner at Lagos Architects Forum 2023. And we look forward to seeing you again next year. And I also hope that it's not just about them coming to exhibit. By next year, they should be able to point at a couple of people who have patronized them in the course of the year. If you're not patronizing them directly, you can refer people to them and give them a call that, look, that person that came, I was the one that told him that he should come to your office. So congratulations, and I wish you well in your future endeavors. All right. For him. Okay. What's the question? Okay, founder's fee. Okay. Complimentary stuff. Okay, okay, okay. So you want to say something?
Thank you so much. I will take this as a positive feedback from you, and we'll see what we'll do about this in the coming forum. Thank you. Noted, sir. This is a very positive feedback, and we are always ready to receive open thoughts like this, and we'll surely do something about it.
All right, paparazzis, have you finished? Thank you.
One more, sir. We would like to celebrate one of our other partners, Rogue Studios. Please, a round of applause for Rogue Studios.
All right, you want to sandwich me? No problem. Yes, I think one thing I would want to specially comment upon is the fact that I'm seeing young and new entrants into the exhibition space at LAF. And more so because some of these young exhibitors are providing some additional value to the things that we do. And this is very, very commendable. As a matter of fact, LAF should be about promoting entrepreneurship and also promoting local ingenuity in whatever value chain is within the architecture space. So Rogue Studios, I am quite impressed at what I saw. And I'm also very impressed in your, should I call it CSR? You know, encouraging the younger ones to pick up an interest in what you do. And I think that is very, very commendable. So on behalf of the Lagos State chapter of the Institute, I give you this, make this presentation to you as a Doric partner. And I hope that in the coming LAFs, you would become a permanent feature, because I was reading one of those certificates and it read 3.0 or so, or I don't know what it was. So it means like LAF, as LAF is becoming 15, you move up and just keep moving like that. So congratulations, and thank you for what you're doing with our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our PNIA. Please, a round of applause for him as he goes to his seat. For the next set of awards, we'd like to call on our Professor Evelyn, all the way from Jos, to please present the next set of awards. So we'd like to call on Nigerite, one of our partners. Please, a round of applause for Nigerite. Thank you. Okay, this is for Ionic Partnership.
That's right. Yeah. This is an award of recognition presented to Nigerites by the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos State Chapter, as an iconic partner, Lagos Architects Forum 2023. Thank you for coming. Thank you for partnering with LAF 2023. And we hope that this partnership will continue.
Sure.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay.
Please hold on, Ma. We would like to call on our Tuscan partners. Next, we are celebrating CAP PLC Dulux Paint. Please, a round of applause for them.
Congratulations to Dulux Paints. This award is in recognition and for your partnership with the Nigerian Institute of Architects, LAF 14.0. Yes, thank you. And we hope that this is not going to be the end. It will be a continuous partnership. Thank you very much for coming. And this award is for you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this award, NIA. We are very bullish about this relationship that we want to continue to foster with the Nigerian Institute of Architects. And there are also offers that we're going to, we're working on offers that we're going to give to everyone from the NIA that specifies our products. We're going to be working on that, and we're in contact with the ESCO, and when we get that done, we'll communicate. Thank you very much, NIA.
What happened to your job? They closed their just office.
Thank you very much, CAP PLC. We would also like to celebrate and welcome AR Fortune Services Tech Limited. That is No Fire. Please, a round of applause for them. They are one of our Tuscan partners.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mom.
I enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you so much.
And I hope that this recognition will make you a permanent partner with Love Lagos.
Yes, Mom.
And thank you.
Thank you too.
Congratulations.
Okay, so on behalf of my team, AR Fortune and NoFi Technologies, would like to say a very big thank you to the Nigerian Institute of Architects, our president, our chairman, our vice chairman, and everybody else. We hope to have a very proactive and a progressive relationship with the NIA. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It is still the Lagos Architects Forum 2023. For the next set of awards, we would like to call up to the stage Architect Abimbola Ajayi, FNIA, past Honorary General Secretary for the Nigerian Institute of Architects, to give the next set of awards. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes up. Would like to appreciate the first speaker, our panelists for today, in the person of Femi Olaiya. Please come up. Please, a round of applause for him. It was such an engaging roundtable discussion on architecture and digitalization.
It's indeed a great pleasure to have you here. When I saw him this morning, I almost didn't recognize Femi Olaiya. He had to pull me. And I looked at his face. I said, your beard has changed your face. Thank you so much. Your sessions are always interesting. And thank you for coming. And this award is presented to Femi Olaiya by the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos State Chapter, in recognition and appreciation of your contributions as speaker at the Lagos Architects Forum 2023. Congratulations. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, our panelists that was also gave us an interesting roundtable discussion for today, architect Edafe Iwiru. Please, a round of applause for him. He coordinated a very interesting session on architecture and sustainability.
Yes, I am really delighted that you agreed to be a discussant this morning. It was really very interesting. And of course, now I'm encouraged that those of us who are going up there, we have people that we can trust that are right behind us. So thank you so much. You have always been consistent actually in chapter activities. And I just want to enjoin you to continue. Please don't give up. Don't look at the left or right or the chairers or the jarers. Just maintain your focus and continue to be a support to the Institute. Thank you so much. So this award is presented to Edafe, Architect Edafe Iwiwu, by the Nigerians of Architects Lagos State Chapter in recognition and appreciation of your contributions as panelists. Thank you. By the Lagos Architects Forum 2023. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much, Ma. As we come to almost the end of presenting the awards for today, we would like to invite our immediate past Honorary General Secretary, Architect Moradike Okorinboye, FNIA, to give the next set of awards. Please, a round of applause to her. In appreciating our chairman of sessions, coordinating the conversations is really not an easy task. Would like to celebrate you. So would like to call up for our first award for chairman of session for today, Architect Sani Saulawa, the second vice president, NIA. He's also a fellow of the Institute. Please, a round of applause for him. He's been with us all the way from Abuja since Monday or Tuesday. Yes.
What do I say? Thank you so much for the support you have for LAF 14.0. So this award is presented to you, Sir Architect Sani Saulawa, FNIA, by the Nigerians of Architects Lagos State Chapter in recognition and appreciation of your contributions as session chairman at LAF 2023. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Please, a round of applause as he goes back to his seat. We would also like to celebrate and warmly welcome Professor Ark Evelyn Lami Alu Kangum. She was chairman of session for today. So please celebrate her. She's been with us also from Wednesday all the way from Jos. She's the chairman, Board of Education, NIA.
Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you for all of that sacrifice because you had quite a journey coming here. So this award is being presented to you, Architect Professor Evelyn Alu Kangum, FNIA, by the Nigerian Institute of Architects Lagos State Chapter in recognition and appreciation of your contributions as session chairman at LAF 2023. Thank you very much, ma, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma. Yes.
Thank you for this award. Truly, I didn't expect anything like this. Having been honored and invited to come. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, ma. Yes, ma. To give the next set of awards to our corporate sponsors who have constantly supported us over the years, we'd like to invite our chairman, Architect David Majekodome, Chairman, NIA Lagos State Chapter, to give the next set of awards. Please, a round of applause for him. So our first corporate sponsor would like to celebrate is one of our architectural firms, The Building Practice. Please, a round of applause for them.
This looks like Ojoro, but it's not Ojoro. You see, on easy lies the hairs that wears the crown, most especially when you are the helm of affair. Building Practice Limited. The principal is Michael Ali, and he happens to be the chairman of practice. committee, but not because he's the chairman of practice committee. The criteria behind this is sponsorship, and that's why we put it as corporate sponsors, because we have so many firms, and I have my lovely friend is sitting, and you normally support us in the past, but I didn't see your hand this year. And I was thinking I was going to give a corporate sponsor to your firm. But you see, through the thick and thorns and the harsh economic situation, for Building Practice Limited to have come up and, partnering with us, not him as the chairman practice committee, but financially, because without them, without his company, we couldn't have had a successful LAV 14.0. So this award is presented to Building Practice by Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos State Chapter, in recognition and appreciation of your contribution as corporate sponsor at this year Lagos Architect Forum 2023 LAV 14.0 on this day, 5th of May, 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Presented to the board, the principal partner and the other partner as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Round of applause for them, please. Yemi, where are you going?
Next on our list of corporate sponsors, we would like to warmly recognize Kenning Homes Limited. So Kenning Homes.
You see, Kenning Homes happens to be my own company, but I can't present to my own company. But as the chairman, I'll call on my partner in the office, Architect Abimbola, to receive the award, please. Come here. So on behalf of NIA, Lagos State Chapter, hereby present this to Kenning Homes for your corporate sponsorship. Thank you very much. Cameraman, thank you. President, I didn't see your corporate sponsor. And you've always been there for us.
Thank you very much, sir. That was our chairman, Architect David Majekodunmi. Please a round of applause for him. So as we bring the program to a final close, we'll be taking the vote of thanks by the chairman, LAV 2023 Organizing Committee, in the person of the vice chairman, Architect Abiodun Fatuyi, MNIA AIA International Associate. Please a round of applause for him.
Mr. President, Nigerians of Architects, all members of the Council of the Nigerians of Architects here seated, fellows of the Institute, the chairman, Nigerians of Architects, Architect David Majekodunmi, distinguished members, friends of the Institute, exhibitors, students, and the general public. It is my singular pleasure to tell you that we are drawing the curtain on a successful Lagos Architects Forum 14.0. I want you to give yourselves a round of applause. I will start by thanking every member of the planning committee of the Lagos Architects Forum. Your tenacity, your cooperation, your creativity, and your ideas have made this forum a huge success. Thank you for your sacrifice. We were having meetings fortnightly, and then when it was getting close, we were having meetings twice a week. So you can imagine what they have actually put through. We've smiled together, we've argued, we fought ourselves, but today I think we stand strong and proud on all that we have achieved. I also want to thank Mr. President for his support to the chapter at all times. He was with us yesterday night at the Home Hospitality. Unfortunately, he couldn't make the opening ceremony, but he sent an able representative. And even after sending the representative, Mr. President still came himself just to show that, yes, indeed, this is his chapter. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We are grateful and we're happy to have you. To the second vice president, who has been our speaker, Architect Sani Saulawa, chairman of session. Thank you very much. You've always maintained your membership of the Lagos State chapter, but you are owing us due, sir. So we'll discuss that after the forum. We just want to appreciate you. You've been here since Wednesday and since Tuesday, and I'm sure you will not leave us until we are done and we have closed the final curtain, which is the tour that we're having tomorrow. For everyone that has traveled from far and wide, from Kaduna State, architects Danjuma, from Niger State, my brothers, architect John Bauer and architect Galadima. You can stand up and wave, it's okay. I want to also thank architect Aja Moses. He came in today. Thank you very much for being here. I want to thank all those that have contributed and brought themselves here and been here with us all through. Special thanks go to AIA International Region and the representative, our own architect, Lanre Olushola, who is the chairman International Affairs of the NIA, is the treasurer AUA, and the country rep AIA at large. I hope I got it right, sir. Architect Lanre Olushola. Thank you very much for your help, for your support. Architect Lanre will call me and say, Biodun, you are not responding to my messages. As if he's the one planning the event. Thank you very much. Obrigado. Because we have to speak international language to you. Obrigado. Obrigado. All right. I want to thank my friend and my brother, Architect Jide Ololade, the chairman, Student Affairs Committee of the NIA. Jide has been awesome. I told him, I said, you have to come and handle the students. So he said, don't worry, we'll do it. You know, but I know that we'll do it. I knew that I will still be the one to do like 60% of the work. Thank you very much for your contribution of the laptops to the winners on behalf of the chapter and of course on behalf of NIA National. We say thank you. My own auntie, the initiator of the Lagos Architects Forum and the past chair, her contributions has been immense. She will see a post that we sent out and we'll bring it up and correct spellings, dictions, and send it back to me and say, you can do better. I can't be making spelling mistakes. And I'll shout, money back. You know, Auntie Bimbo is like the exchequer of those things. Say, no, don't do like that, do like this, you know. Thank you very much for your advice, your love, your support. It's been immense. To every member of the Executive Council of the NIA Lagos State Chapter, I want to thank you, starting from the General Secretary, all through to committee chairman. I also want to say thank you very much to the AIP team. It's been a roller coaster. Meetings upon meetings at 7 a.m. on Saturday morning. I mean, I don't know how to really express these things because it is a huge sacrifice. These are meetings that nobody is paying you for, but you just have to keep at it, and the results are beginning to bear fruits. To all our partners, we couldn't have done this without you. We couldn't have been here without you. We thank you very much, and we hope to see you again, and we promise to make sure that our relationship will keep blossoming and adding results to all the sides involved. To all our exhibitors, we hope that next year your business will improve and you will become partners with the Lagos State Chapter on the Lagos Architects Forum. For our friends, the students, lecturers, we say thank you for coming. And we pray that the good Lord will keep us to convene again from the 8th of May next year in 2024 for LAF 15.0. Thank you very much and have a good evening. Can we have group pictures, please, for those of us that are still around? Mr. President. Don't worry, you don't need school uniform to take picture. Mr. President, we plead guilty, sir.
In the vision. Okay, spirit that we already said.
Can we have the treasurer of NI Lagos State chapter, please, and the welfare secretary? All escorts of the chapter. Madam President, can you join us, please, for this photo session? Please, I want to thank Madam President, especially for being the president's wife. We thank you. Please go. Please, if you are tall, come to the front.
Gloria.
Gloria, say school. Which is sport. Oh, I'm there.
Calm down.
And it's a wrap. Thank you very much, everyone. See you next year. Don't forget that there's a tour to the National Theatre tomorrow. The bus will be here at Eco Hotel, taking off by 8 a.m.
Yeah.